U.S. a whole lot on trade and those kinds of things, and that's not as certain these days. So we have to go back and look at our European partners, our Asian partners.
An opportunity to exchange, to have a dialogue, to have a debate on a different perspective on finding the solution of the conflict.
First thing that is important to have a common ground, and that we do have with humanitarian laws and human rights, but also to say, okay, what does it mean for us as a country to act on these laws and how can we work together?
When we realize that there's something wrong with democracy, the institutions and policies, values come together and we take stock, and it's possible then to improve and chart a new course for democracy.
It's the people's right to self-determination, and if they want to be independent, they should be independent. We will not start a war against Greenland.
In the midst of this, life persists. In the midst of untruth, truth persists.
What we can do as the Interparliamentary Union to strengthen democracy, to promote human rights, to ensure that humanitarian law is respected.
UN Security Council needs a makeover, a comprehensive reform, and India deserves a position there, a role there.
Prime Minister Modi during Operation Sindoor made it amply clear that war has never been India's choice. We are with the side of peace. We are neither neutral nor indifferent. We are with peace.
We would have dealt with U.S. a whole lot on trade and those kinds of things, and that's not as certain these days. So we have to go back and look at our European partners, our Asian partners.
An opportunity to exchange, to have a dialogue, to have a debate on a different perspective on finding the solution of the conflict.
First thing that is important to have a common ground, and that we do have with humanitarian laws and human rights, but also to say, okay, what does it mean for us as a country to act on these laws and how can we work together?
When we realize that there's something wrong with democracy, the institutions and policies, values come together and we take stock, and it's possible then to improve and chart a new course for democracy.
It's the people's right to self-determination, and if they want to be independent, they should be independent. We will not start a war against Greenland.
In the midst of this, life persists. In the midst of untruth, truth persists.
What we can do as the Interparliamentary Union to strengthen democracy, to promote human rights, to ensure that humanitarian law is respected.
UN Security Council needs a makeover, a comprehensive reform, and India deserves a position there, a role there.
Prime Minister Modi during Operation Sindoor made it amply clear that war has never been India's choice. We are with the side of peace. We are neither neutral nor indifferent. We are with peace.
We would have dealt with US a whole lot on trade and those kinds of things, and that's not as certain these days. So we have to go back and look at our European partners, our Asian partners.
An opportunity to exchange, to have a dialogue, to have a debate on a different perspective on finding the solution of the conflict.
First thing that is important to have a common ground, and that we do have with humanitarian laws and human rights, but also to say, okay, what does it mean for us as a country to act on these laws, and how can we work together?
When we realize that there's something wrong with democracy, the institutions and policies, values come together and we take stock, and it's possible then to improve and chart a new course for democracy.
It's the people's right to self-determination, and if they want to be independent, they should be independent. We will not start a war against Greenland.
Hello and welcome. I'm Kriti Mehta and you're watching the World Report on NewsX World. Let's start with a check of the top headlines this hour. British Prime Minister Keir Starmer says he raised the Jimmy Lai case and Uyghur rights with Chinese President Xi Jinping. He also says talks made progress on trade, travel and resetting UK-China relations. Iran says its armed forces are ready to respond immediately to any US strike. The warning comes as President Trump reiterates military threats and US forces deploy to the region. European Union foreign ministers are expected to list Iran's Revolutionary Guards as a terrorist group. The move follows a deadly crackdown on protests, European Union's top diplomat says. Two US federal agents involved in the fatal shooting of intensive care nurse Alex Preddy during an immigration operation in Minneapolis have been placed on administrative leave as per the DHS. The move follows national outrage over the death and comes as protests and scrutiny of federal enforcement continue. Israel's parliament gives initial approval to the 2026 state budget, averting an immediate early election. The spending plan still faces a tough final vote amid coalition divisions. Dozens are killed after RSF drones hit the town of Dilling in South Kordofan. As per local media reports, the strikes target military positions and a central market. China executes 11 people linked to Myanmar-based scam gangs. As the state media reports, Beijing says the move targets key figures in cross-border cybercrime. A plane crash in northeast Colombia kills all 15 on board, including a local lawmaker. The aircraft loses contact minutes after departing Cúcuta for a short flight to Ochana. All right, viewers, on to the top focus now on this bulletin. The Turkish foreign minister has said that Turkey will offer to help resolve tension between Washington and Tehran with Iran's top diplomat visits. This comes as Turkish Foreign Minister Hakan Fidan is expected to meet his Iranian counterpart Abbas Araghchi on Friday. Meanwhile, according to reports, Turkey is considering contingency plans along its border if the United States attacks Iran. Reports suggest that if the US attacks and the regime falls, Turkey plans to enforce a stronger border security measures. This includes increasing deployment of technological border systems and boosting troop numbers. Turkey, which shares a 530-kilometer border with Iran, has long opposed military action against the Islamic Republic. Peter Beom, editor at the weekly Blitz, joins me in this discussion from London. Peter, thanks very much. Of course, Turkey continues to be a close ally of both the parties. How tough is this mediation for the country going to be?
Yeah, now this is very important for Turkey. Let me explain why. As we've seen in the last few weeks, Turkey has been the prime mediator between the Trump administration and the Iranians. And why? The last things the Turks want is a war to break out between the US and Iran, because that will mean that hundreds of thousands of Iranians will leave Iran and go into Turkey. Turkey knows from previous experience, for example in Syria, that thousands and thousands of Syrians came into Turkey. They could not be accommodated, and one of the reasons Turkey was so insistent on backing the new Syrian regime was to ensure that the flow of Syrians back to Turkey happened. The last thing that Turkey wants at the moment is for Iranians to cross the border. Now, don't forget, the border between Iran and Syria is something like 540 kilometers, about 340 miles. It's to the east of Turkey and to the northwest of Iran, and it's a very, very mountainous region. But nevertheless, if war breaks out, thousands of Iranians will make the journey and cross that border and go into Turkey, which is something that Turks do not want to happen at any cost. And that's why not only are they threatening to reinforce the border, but they're doing it as we speak. It's not a question of when. They are actually going through the motions now of increasing border security. But it's a very, very difficult border to patrol because, as I've said, it's very long and very, very mountainous.
Right, Peter, to stay on with us as we now give some more information to our viewers. The European Union foreign ministers are also expected to agree today to list Iran's Revolutionary Guards as a terrorist organization. This comes after a deadly crackdown on mass protests in Iran. The decision will be made during a meeting in Brussels, where the ministers will discuss further measures in response to the Iranian regime's actions. Let's in fact listen in to what European Union Foreign Policy Chief Kaja Kallas had to say.
The main topic is Iran. We are putting new sanctions on the list, and I also expect that we agree on listing the Iran Revolutionary Guard on the terrorist list. This will put them on the same footing with Al-Qaeda, Hamas, Daesh. If you act as a terrorist, you should also be treated as terrorist.
Meanwhile, Kallas has also stated that she could not imagine European Union countries creating a separate army among recent calls for a European force, including from European Defence Commissioner Andrius Kubilius. Earlier this week, NATO boss Mark Rutte dismissed calls by some leading European politicians for a separate European army, prompted by doubts over Donald Trump's commitment to the continent's security that were heightened by tension over Greenland. Let's listen in to Kallas's statements.
Well, every European country has an army, and 23 countries' armies are also part of NATO structures. So I can't imagine that countries will create a separate European army. So it has to be the armies that already exist. So we need to see how that works in practice. For me, it is understandable that in military you have to have a very straight and understandable chain of command, so that whenever something happens, it's clear who gives orders to whom. If we create parallel structures, then it's just going to blur the picture, and in times of trouble, the orders might just fall between them.
And Peter continues to stay with us in this discussion. Peter, of course, European Union now realizing how crucial it is for it to reduce reliance on the United States as far as its defense is concerned. But let's talk about the statement that's coming in from Calais. How prepared really is European Union, or what really does it need now to prepare to reduce that dependence on the US?
The US have demanded that NATO countries, those European countries in NATO, increase spending on defence from 3% of GDP to 5%. That's going to take another decade before we get there. In truth, there's not one European nation, including the United Kingdom, that has the ability to fight a prolonged war without the help of the United States. The UK's military has been run down significantly in the last decade. We've seen how the best of the French military was defeated by a ragtag army of militants in North Africa, in Niger, in Mali, Burkina Faso, etc. And the other European nations, as we've seen, have no appetite to put boots on the ground, as it were, as we've seen in the Ukraine-Russia conflict. They're quite happy to pump money into Ukraine to prolong the war, and I may add, whilst simultaneously buying Russian energy, so they were backing both sides. So Europe at the moment is in no fit state, whether it was a combined army, which would be absolutely disastrous, or individual nations that historically have been very strong militarily, such as the UK, France and Germany. The best that the European nations would be able to do at the moment would be to act as some kind of peacekeeping force, and that hasn't historically gone down well. We've seen how the Irish and Spanish failed miserably in Lebanon. Absolutely two hopeless militaries that were not able to stop any terrorist attacks or any Israeli incursions. So the words of Calais, the rhetoric, frankly, are meaningless. The European Union, being allied with the United States, would be totally dependent on the United States to get involved in any military activity. Now, of course, the UK and France could potentially help when it comes to the Air Force and maybe the Navy. But in terms of the military, as I say, the forces have been run down. We have ill-equipped troops, and we're not up to speed as we should be, as Donald Trump has expected us to be, with the increase in spending for those European countries allied to NATO.
Right. Peter, now as far as designating IRGC as a terrorist organization is concerned, France had posed a roadblock given its personnel in the embassy there in Tehran. Do you think this is soon going to be a reality if France also gets its personnel back and everybody is in a concurrence?
Okay, I think this is an indication of how far behind the curve the European Union is. To have a meeting later today or tomorrow whereby they may call the IRGC a terrorist group, such as with Hamas and Al-Qaeda, is frankly symbolic rhetoric, and truthfully will have absolutely no meaning whatsoever in practicality. What should be done, in my opinion, is that Iranian embassies in those countries should all be closed. That would be a significant But just to say, oh no, the IRGC are a terrorist group, so what? Really, what on earth will that do in practicality? It's just more rhetoric from the European Union. It looks as if they are anti the Iranian regime, whereas we know they would do everything they can to accommodate the Iranian regime, which they have been doing for the last 4 or 5 decades. So it's got to the point now where Donald Trump and his administration are calling the shots. He expects the European Union to act. Just by announcing them as a terrorist organisation and imposing yet more sanctions on them, frankly, is going to be meaningless.
All right, Peter, thanks very much then for your comments and for joining us here. And moving on now, viewers, US private equity firm Carlyle has agreed to purchase the majority of Lukoil's foreign assets. This sale is valued at $22 billion, and it comes as Lukoil faces pressure from US sanctions. The deal involves Lukoil's international division, which includes operations across Europe, the Middle East, Africa, Central Asia, and Mexico. This deal also includes significant assets like Iraq's West Qurna 2 oil field and refineries in Bulgaria and Romania. Carlyle has also pledged to ensure operational continuity and job preservation while stabilizing the asset base. The pressure on Lukoil comes amid intensifying talks to end Russia's war efforts in Ukraine. With the US sanctions on Russian companies in place since February 2022, Lukoil has been working to sell off assets worldwide, including those in Kazakhstan, which are not part of this deal. The Carlyle is moving forward with the purchase. Other major companies, including ExxonMobil and Chevron, have also shown interest in Lukoil's assets. However, the final approval still hinges on ongoing regulatory reviews from the United States Treasury's Office of Foreign Assets Control, as well as other regulatory bodies involved in sanction enforcement and international transactions. All right, Professor Wesleyan Popovsky, Vice Dean at Jindal Global Law School, joins me in this discussion from Thailand. Professor, thank you very much for joining us. Firstly, what are your first comments on Lukoil stopping its expansion?
Yes, it seems this time it may work, because we remember in October when Gunvor, another company, wanted to buy the shares of Lukoil. The United States suspected that that company is linked to Russia, and they didn't allow that to happen. But yes, this time Carlyle is very well known, large company, and based in many countries, but headquartered in the United States. And this time it may work. Lukoil, as you mentioned, have a lot of assets in 18 countries, totaling 22 billion. And it has been on sale for some time. And finally, those assets, which are mostly fuel stations, but also refineries in Romania, in Bulgaria, they need a new owner, obviously, because Lukoil, as well as Rosneft, are under sanctions by the United States. The company cannot work as it is. So the sale probably will be completed. I'm optimistic this may go ahead. And in such a deal, usually the interests are protected and the guarantees, the insurances and everything else, so that there won't be any problem for Carlyle to acquire the Lukoil assets globally.
And how do you view the response that's coming in from Russia? Kremlin is saying it's still wanting and waiting for US response on Putin's offer to extend limits in expiring nuclear treaty.
Yes, that's a concern, obviously, and that's another leverage that Vladimir Putin is exercising, the expiry of the treaty and whether it will be prolonged or not. That's a game, and it's a dangerous game, because we all know how high are the stakes here. And unfortunately, both Vladimir Putin but also Donald Trump are chaotic, erratic, risky players. So they can play each other very well. They can try to manipulate not only between two of them, but also their own audiences. So it's a very complicated issue. And the hope is that some natural restraint will be exercised, because neither side, I will say, can benefit from escalating nuclear conversations. And for that matter, whatever they say, there could be always a suspicion that they exercise the nuclear card, but not really to threaten each other, rather than to achieve some other benefits. So it's complicated game. We have to watch and see.
Right. Right, Professor, to stay on with me as we move on. Because now China is also saying that it will intensify its crackdown on cross-border scam operations following exports of executions linked to criminal networks in Myanmar. State media says Beijing has executed 11 people connected to scam compounds run by Myanmar-based gangs. At a regular briefing, China's foreign ministry said it will deepen international law enforcement cooperation to combat telecom fraud, online gambling and related crimes. Beijing described scam and gambling networks as a cancer, vowing to work with other countries to eliminate them. The announcement comes amid growing regional efforts to dismantle organized crime rings operating cross borders.
中方有关部门已经发布了消息，一段时间以来，中方同缅甸等国积极合作，打击跨境电信网络诈骗犯罪，共同铲除网赌电诈毒瘤，维护人民生命财产安全和地区国家交往合作秩序，取得显著成效。中方将继续深化国际执法合作，加大力度打击电诈网赌及其他相关跨境犯罪活动，共同铲除赌诈毒瘤。
All right, Professor Wesleyan continues to stay with us. Professor, while we are talking about public executions in more repressive regimes like Taliban, hardly any such news comes out of China because of the authoritarian regime that it is. But really, all these executions are also going on in the country. How do you respond to, the latest that's coming in?
You're right. We usually don't hear much about the death penalties in China, but they are massive. This is the country with the most death penalties in the world. There are statistics issued by human rights organizations, Human Rights Watch, Amnesty International. Some United Nations report also do that. Yes, I'm a strong advocate against the death penalty, and I spent most of my life arguing against the death penalty. On the other hand, the fact that those scams, frauds are limited and restricted by proper measures in terms of investigating, identifying who are those behind, and taking action, sometimes severe as it might be with the death penalty, is good. That somehow the crime of cyber crimes, these are fraudsters that basically seduce some people on internet to make investment, and these are pyramids that usually basically crack down and people lose their money. And some people actually even committed suicide after that. Needs to be addressed. So it's a big crime run by networks, including some argue with the Myanmar officials in the borders between China and Myanmar. So the crime needs to be combated. And for that matter, we can agree that measures are necessary, although, as I said, Death penalty is not the solution here. There should be life sentences. And we see 11 people being sentenced to death and executed, but also 28 other suspects have been convicted to various terms in jail. So the fight against cybercrime should continue, obviously.
Right. Professor, thanks then very much for joining me. And moving ahead now, viewers, dozens of people were killed in a drone attack by the paramilitary Rapid Support Force on the key Sudanese town of Dilling in South Kordofan. The attack has targeted the Sudanese Army's 54th Brigade headquarters and the central market using suicide drones. This comes just after the Sudanese armed forces broke the RSF's nearly 2-year-long siege of the town, reclaiming vital supply lines. Since the siege was lifted, Dilling has experienced multiple drone strikes, causing severe damage to infrastructure and resulting in numerous casualties. Amid these attacks, the Sudan Doctors Network has called for urgent humanitarian aid to deliver life-saving supplies to the region. The conflict, which began in April 2023, has displaced millions and caused widespread suffering, especially in areas like Kadugli, which is now facing famine. My colleague Asuma Katauka now joins us to get us more on this. Asuma, tell us more details that you're picking up.
Thank you for having me. So far we only know that through media reports, local media reports, that there was an attack and dozens were killed. As you rightfully mentioned, the suicide bombers and suicide drones that were used in this attack, which is already besieged territory where a lot of people have been already killed. Reports show that dozens more people have been killed in this attack, and the latest attack, which took place on Wednesday this week. So this took place in the area of Dilling, which includes a lot of headquarters of these Sudanese Army's 54th Brigade and some Sudanese tribal groups over there. We also know that SAF, which is the side which is affiliated with or aligned with Sudanese government, is also used to have a stronghold there. So they are fighting in that area. And Dilling also lies halfway through North Kordofan and South Kordofan. So this is a central area between these two areas, and although a lot of cities have been under fire because of the 3-year war between SAF and RSF, this is a new town that has also come up under fire for now. That's all.
All right, Asuma, thanks very much then for filling us and our viewers for all that information. And with that, viewers, we're bringing you some technology news as always before we wrap up the bulletin. Now, Amazon has confirmed 16,000 corporate jobs cuts and completing a plan around 30,000 since October 2025, while leaving open possibilities of further reductions. According to reports, Amazon was planning a second round of layoffs as part of its broader goal under CEO Andy Jassy, who has been trying to reduce bureaucracy and abandon underperforming businesses. Meanwhile, Amazon has said that it was closing its remaining brick-and-mortar fresh grocery stores and Go markets despite years of effort, and it was dropping its Amazon One biometric payment system, which scans the palm of a customer's hand. And that's all we have time for. Thanks for watching NewsX World for all international news and updates.
What we can do as the Interparliamentary Union to strengthen democracy, to promote human rights, to ensure that humanitarian law is respected.
UN Security Council needs a makeover, a comprehensive reforms, and India deserves a position there, a role there.
Prime Minister Modi during Operation Sindoor made it amply clear that war has never been India's choice. We are with the side of peace. We are neither neutral nor indifferent. We are with peace.
We would have dealt with the U.S. a whole lot on trade and those kinds of things, and that's not as certain these days. So we have to go back and look at our European partners, our Asian partners.
An opportunity to exchange, to have a dialogue, to have a debate on a different perspective on finding the solution of the conflict.
First thing that is important to have a common ground, and that we do have with humanitarian laws and human rights, but also to say, okay, what does it mean for us as a country to act on these laws and how can we work together?
When we realize that there's something wrong with democracy, the institutions and policies, values come together and we take stock, and it's possible then to improve and chart a new course for democracy.
It's the people's right to self-determination, and if they want to be independent, they should be independent. We will not start a war against Greenland.
In the midst of death, life persists. In the midst of untruth, truth persists.
What we can do as the Interparliamentary Union to strengthen democracy, to promote human rights, to ensure that humanitarian law is respected.
UN Security Council needs a makeover, a comprehensive reform, and India deserves a position there, a role there.
Prime Minister Modi during Operation Sindoor made it amply clear that war has never been India's choice. We are with the side of peace. We are neither neutral nor indifferent. We are with peace.
We would have dealt with the U.S. a whole lot on trade and those kinds of things, and that's not as certain these days. So we have to go back and look at our European partners, our Asian partners.
An opportunity to exchange, to have a dialogue, to have a debate on a different perspective on finding the solution of the conflict.
First thing that is important to have a common ground, and that we do have with humanitarian laws and human rights, but also to say, okay, what does it mean for us as a country to act on these laws and how can we work together?
When we realize that there's something wrong with democracy, the institutions and policies, values come together and we take stock, and it's possible then to improve and chart a new course for democracy.
It's the people's right to self-determination, and if they want to be independent, they should be independent. We will not start a war against Greenland.
In the midst of death, life persists. In the midst of untruth, truth persists.
What we can do as the Interparliamentary Union to strengthen democracy, to promote human rights, to ensure that humanitarian law is respected.
UN Security Council needs a makeover, a comprehensive reform, and India deserves a position there, a role there.
Prime Minister Modi during Operation Sindoor made it amply clear that war has never been India's choice. We are with the side of peace. We are neither neutral nor indifferent. We are with peace.
We would have dealt with U.S.
Hello and welcome to NewsX World. I'm Asuma Katauka and you're watching Hollywood Calling. From celebrity scoops to film and music buzz, here's your quick look at what's making headlines in entertainment this week. Chloe Zhao makes BAFTA history as Hamnet earns 11 nominations, the most ever for a female director. The awards take place on February 22nd in London. Sundance 2026 is buzzing in Park City. Channing Tatum, Olivia Wilde, and Charlie XCX premiered new films as the festival spotlights bold storytelling and fresh voices through February 1st. Nicki Minaj grabbed attention at the White House backing Donald Trump during the launch of Trump accounts, praising him openly and herself the #1 fan. Mexico's president is asking South Korea to help bring more BTS concerts to the country as huge demand, ticket shortages, and soaring resale prices spark complaints ahead of the group's global tour. Now we start with awards. Chloe Zhao is making BAFTA history this award season. Her film Hamnet has become the most nominated movie ever by a female director at the BAFTA Film Awards. The Shakespeare-inspired drama picked up 11 nominations, including Best Film, Best Director, and Best Adapted Screenplay. Leading the overall field is Paul Thomas Anderson's One Battle After Another, with 14 nominations, followed by Ryan Coogler's Sinners with 13. This year's nominations also highlights growing diversity, with a quarter of all nominated films directed by women. The BAFTA Film Awards take place on February 22nd in London. Now looking at the Sundance Film Festival, 2026 is making waves in Park City, with several high-profile premieres. Channing Tatum, Olivia Wilde, and Charlie XCX took center stage with their films, showcasing diverse storytelling. Tatum stars in Josephine, a gripping drama about a young girl coping with trauma, earning a standing ovation after its premiere. Olivia Wilde also premiered her movie. Meanwhile, Charlie XCX debuted her self-referential mockumentary, The Moment, offering a glimpse into the end of an era. Notable premieres included Natalie Portman's The Gallerist, a sharp art world satire, and Wilde's The Invite, exploring a crumbling marriage. With buzz building for all these movies, Sundance remains the place to watch fresh, original voices in cinema. The festival runs until February 1st. Now, Hollywood star Natalie Portman has criticized the Academy Awards for sidelining films directed by women. Speaking at the Sundance Film Festival, Portman said many standout female-directed films were overlooked in this year's Oscar nominations. Announced just days earlier, Portman's own film, The Gallerist, premiered at Sundance on January 24th and is set for theatrical release later in 2026. She noted that only Chloe Zhao's Hamnet earned major recognition, securing 8 Oscar nominations, including Best Picture and Best Director. The 2026 Oscar race is led by Michael B. Jordan's Sinners with a record 16 nominations, reigniting debate over gender balance in Hollywood. Now, anticipation is building for Christopher Nolan's next epic, The Odyssey, with a new teaser offering the first look at music star Travis Scott in an acting role. The brief clip aired during the NFL AFC Championship broadcast and marks Scott's on-screen debut under the Oscar-winning director. In the teaser, Scott appears leading soldiers, sharing scenes with Tom Holland and Jon Bernthal, though his character remains a mystery. The film adapts Homer's classic Greek epic and stars Matt Damon as Odysseus alongside Anne Hathaway, Tom Holland, Zendaya, and Robert Pattinson. The Odyssey is set for a worldwide theatrical release on July 17th of this year. Now for this, we welcome Mr. Shekhar Vijayan. He's a freelance entertainment writer, joins us live from New Delhi. Thank you very much for joining us. Welcome to NewsX World.
Hello.
Hi. Now looking at this, Travis Scott makes his acting debut in The Odyssey. How big of a leap is this from his music to film?
So I think there are three things to this. So one is, this is not the first time you have a musician making a debut in a movie. This is from stage presence to screen presence. And I think it works well because you also get their fans. You also get, it becomes a more fluid movement from the world of singing to the world of acting, right? So I think in the case of Travis Scott, he's built an immersive world of through music, visuals, and live performance. And I think acting covers this and much more. I think the only thing here would be whether you would be able to bring in the same intensity, bring in the same charisma, and translate it into a scripted or a character-driven medium like film. And obviously, Odyssey is one of the best. If you need to see it on screen, I really want to see how Travis Scott is really going to play the character. The second thing is it's risk versus reinvention. In today's day and age, you have to adapt yourself. You have to reinvent yourself. You have to be nimble. You have to showcase your prowess, not just in singing, but also in acting, also in coming up on screen and branding yourself, right? So this is a role for him to redefine his creative range. It also puts him under scrutiny where people are going to be criticizing him, they're going to be judging his performance, not his persona. So there's a big risk in this, and the risk just goes up 10x. The second thing is it also shows a broader shift in Hollywood in Hollywood casting. Hollywood of late has been making changes like this. They've been looking at not just regular actors coming and playing regular roles, but they're also getting musicians to come and play roles. They're also getting sportsmen to come and play roles in franchisee films. And where musicians are not just cast for novelty roles, where they're not playing musicians. Here you're getting musicians who are playing roles which are very real, very credible. It's almost like multi-hyphenate creatives who can move fluidly across entertainment. And I think we are living in a fluid world where this transition is happening as we talk, where musicians can become actors, actors can become musicians, and also sportsmen. So I think it's a very interesting world because all three of them, be it sportsmen, sportswomen, musicians, or even actors or actresses, I think they all come with a lot of fans. They all come with a lot of adulation. They all come with a lot of credibility. They all come with a lot of charisma. Now, how they are going to play this in terms of how Travis Scott is going to play this in a mammoth movie like Odyssey, which is going to be very interesting. I'm really looking forward to watching it. It's going to be very interesting to watch. More than anything else, it's also about the risk-taking appetite Travis has. It's also about his credibility, which is on the line. And it's also about him extending his persona, not just with singing, but now with appearing on screen. So I think it's a great opportunity, and I think it's something which I am really looking forward to.
Same. Thank you for highlighting that, Mr. Vijayan. And now musicians moving into acting roles seems to be a growing trend. How does Travis Scott's debut compare to other high-profile crossovers?
See, we are talking about a movie like Odyssey. Odyssey is a book, is a heroic tale which a lot of us have read. And to bring that on the larger screen is going to be very interesting. And under the direction of Christopher Nolan. Christopher Nolan is known for making movies which make you think a lot, which are quite intense, very intelligent, and wonderful. And of course, he's a wonderful storyteller. So under his tutelage, under his direction, I would love to see how Travis Scott really plays his role, because it's going to be very interesting. And Christopher Nolan is a very, very different director who chooses roles, who chooses actors for his movies based on the character, based on what he wants to get out of them. So it's going to be very interesting to see how he plays it. And like I said, I think it's also, there's a great amount of risk here for Travis Scott. His persona is going to be even more interesting because you're going to see him on the big screen in the theater. And the third thing is, it's going to be an extension of what he does as a musician. I think every musician would love to, come in on screen or, extend the talent. So he also gets a wider canvas to showcase his talent. So I think it's a win-win situation at the end of the day, where there's a risk involved, but if there's no risk, then there's no reward. He's getting a beautiful director to work with, which is Christopher Nolan. And third thing is getting a chance to showcase his skills at a large scale, that is in the theaters. So I really don't think there's a problem there. If I was in his case, I would have jumped at this offer.
Thank you. With that, I would like to thank Mr. Shekhar Vijayan for joining us today and sharing that insight. Now, moving on, the legal battle between Justin Baldoni and Blake Lively is now drawing global attention, with Taylor Swift unexpectedly pulled into the spotlight. Recently unsealed text messages show Swift discussing Baldoni and the film It Ends With Us with Lively, prompting intense public scrutiny. According to U.S. media reports, Swift is unhappy about the release of her private messages and feels exposed by their inclusion in the case. The sources say she was only trying to support Lively and did not want to be involved in the legal dispute, which has reportedly strained their friendship. The case stems from Lively's 2024 sexual harassment lawsuit against Baldoni. Both sides are now preparing for trial later this summer. Now, staying in Hollywood, Kristen Stewart is speaking out about gender bias in Hollywood following the festival run of her directorial debut, The Chronology of Water. In an interview with Variety, Stewart said female actors are often treated like puppets, while male performers and directors are taken more seriously. She said directing her own film was a stark contrast, noting she was finally treated as someone with a brain. The film premiered at the Cannes Film Festival, earning a 6.5-minute standing ovation. The Chronology of Water, co-written by Stewart, is based on Lydia Yuknavich's memoir and stars Imogen Poots. Now we move on to Paris. Paris Haute Couture Fashion Week Spring-Summer 2026 is currently underway, with the world's top fashion houses presenting their collections from January 26th through January 29th. The invitation-only showcases features 35 shows across 26 maisons, highlighting craftsmanship, innovation, and luxury design. Meanwhile, major debuts have drawn attention, with Schiaparelli opening the week. Dior unveiled Jonathan Anderson's first couture collection, and Chanel presented Matthew Blazy's debut, Vision. The season is being marked by intricate handwork, nature-inspired motifs, and sculptural silhouettes, as Paris once again reinforces its role as the global capital of haute couture. Now moving the focus on to India. Indian singer Arijit Singh has announced his retirement from playback singing, ending a defining era in Bollywood music. The 38-year-old said on Instagram, "It was a wonderful journey and will complete existing projects while focusing on independent music." Singh's husky, intimate voice has been the soundtrack of heartbreak and love in India for over a decade. He rose to fame with hits like Tum Hi Ho from Aashiqui 2 and has collaborated with top composers and global artists, including Ed Sheeran. Despite worldwide fame and sold-out concerts, Singh has always shunned the spotlight. Keeping a low-profile personal life in his hometown, fans are now reflecting on his extraordinary career and wondering what comes next for one of India's most beloved voices. Now for this, we welcome Mr. Atharva Bhatt. He's a musician, joins us live from New Delhi. Thank you very much, Mr. Bhatt, for joining us. Welcome to NewsX World.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here.
Thank you. Now, looking at this, Arijit Singh has retired from playback singing, has announced his retirement. How big of a loss is this for Bollywood music?
I feel like it's a significant loss to the industry, but not in a dramatic or an apocalyptic sense. Since Arijit sir's contribution to the entire Indian music industry has been very substantial, he has sung around 700 plus tracks in 10 different languages. I feel like his voice and his, charm will be missed in the now upcoming playlist in Bollywood and in fact the entire Indian music industry. But his retirement also marks an evolution which the industry has to take into account, given that there are a lot of other capable playback singers in the industry who now can be involved and indulged into these kind of projects where the industry has to take up different textures of voice. So in any sense, I feel like that retirement was a very conscious move by Arijit sir, and it does and it will bring a high level of evolution in the industry, because that's what is really required at the current state of Indian music industry. So yeah, I feel it will have an impact, and it still has an impact. It has left quite an impact in many of musicians like me. But yeah, it is necessary that the industry evolves and industry experts and industry players do play around with a lot of other voice textures so that they can bring in some new charm and some new emotion in these new tracks that Bollywood and the Indian music industry will be pushing out.
Thank you for highlighting that. And now, despite massive fame, he stayed low-key. How has this shaped his legacy as an artist?
I think Arijit sir being low-key was the reason why his legacy is going to be considered as, if not then one of the strongest in the Indian music industry. The music industry itself is a lot of involvement of theatrics on and off stage, but Arijit sir chose not to indulge into these sort of theatrics, and I think that's why he's loved by millions of people, not in India, but across the world itself. And him being a core addition to our playlist has always been about him wholly and concentratedly focusing on music and his art, and he was quite vocal about it that he did not want to indulge in any sort of drama or controversies. And I think him being low-key is and has created a huge and significant positive impact, and that's why he's loved by millions of people in India and across the globe. So yes, it's safe to say that him being low-key did play a huge role in him being the most loved singer in India.
With that, I would like to thank Mr. Atharva Bhatt for joining us today from New Delhi and sharing that insight. Thank you. Now, moving on to Mexico. Mexico's president has made a request asking South Korea to help bring more BTS concerts to the country. Claudia Sheinbaum says demand for tickets has been overwhelming, with around 1 million fans chasing just 150,000 seats for 3 shows in Mexico City. BTS is set to return with a new album, Arirang, and a global tour starting in April. After a 3-year hiatus due to military service, ticket shortages have triggered complaints and investigations into ticket sales and resale platforms, with prices soaring far above face value. Mexico is now urging tighter regulation as BTS prepares to begin its world tour in South Korea. Let's listen in to Mexican President Claudia Sheinbaum.
Grupo BTS en inglés, es muy popular entre las y los jóvenes mexicanos. Van a ser en mayo los conciertos, ¿no? Y quieren comprarlo cerca de 1 millón de jóvenes. Y solo hay 150,000 boletos. Vaya este grupo. Entonces le escribí una carta al primer ministro de Corea pidiéndole que venga más veces. Todavía no recibo la respuesta, pero esperemos que sea positiva o que permitan pantallas.
Now we move the focus on to US. Nicki Minaj is calling herself the #1 fan of Donald Trump. President Trump made headlines at the White House. She attended the rollout of Trump Accounts, a new government-backed investment program for babies. Dressed in a furry white coat, Minaj hugged the president and took to the podium, saying public criticism only strengthens her support. She vowed to defend President Trump against his critics and praised him as protected by God. President Trump joked about being overshadowed and held Minaj's hand as she engaged with the audience. The rapper, who previously criticized Trump's policies, has recently praised his leadership and faith-based initiatives. Let's listen in to Nicki Minaj.
I will say that I am probably the president's #1 fan. And that's not going to change. And the hate or what people have to say, it does not affect me at all. It actually motivates me to support him more. And it's going to motivate all of us to support him more. We're not going to let them get away with bullying him and, the smear campaigns. It's not going to work, okay? He has a lot of force behind him, and God is protecting him.
Now for this, we welcome my colleague and correspondent of NewsX World, Kriti Mehta. Thank you very much, Kriti, for joining us. Now, Nicki Minaj previously criticized Trump, but now praises his leadership. What do you have to say about this?
Yes, Asuma, so clearly there's a clear change towards right in Nicki Minaj's political standing, and that's in fact also created a division within her fans who are unable to understand where really that change is coming from. But anyway, like we heard and showed our viewers, Nicki Minaj has clearly gone on to this Treasury Department event and said that she is the #1 fan of US President Donald Trump. In fact, going on to say that God is with Trump. She's also said that she is not bothered by the hate that she is coming out getting for supporting Trump, and in fact also went on to add that is only going to motivate her further from supporting Trump. And in fact, her support didn't stop there. Minaj has also pledged to donate as many as between $150,000 to $300,000 for Trump's account, which is in fact an initiative for newborns where parents can invest their money and in the stock markets, and when they are 18 they can reap the benefits out of that. But it's interesting, the developments that are taking place ahead of the midterms in the United States. Nicki Minaj supporting Trump, and in fact Trump has also gone on to return that favor and called Nicki Minaj the greatest female rapper in the US history.
With that, I would like to thank Ms. Kriti for sharing that insight. Thank you very much. Now, staying in the U.S. White House, U.S. First Lady Melania Trump has hosted a private screening at the White House of a new documentary about her life. The film, titled Melania, follows the 20 days leading up to President Donald Trump's second inauguration and offers rare behind-the-scenes access. It shows her role as an advisor, her diplomatic engagements, fashion choices, and moments with the president, including preparations for Inauguration Day. The documentary is backed by Amazon MGM Studios as part of a $40 million deal and will be released globally on January 30th. A public premiere is set for January 29th, with further promotions planned in the coming days. And that's a wrap on Hollywood Calling for this week. Your dose of stars, style, and stories returns soon.
What we can do as the Interparliamentary Union to strengthen democracy, to promote human rights, to ensure that humanitarian law is respected.
UN Security Council needs a makeover, a comprehensive reform, and India deserves a position there, a role there.
Prime Minister Modi during Operation Sindoor made it amply clear that war has never been India's choice. We are with the side of peace. We are neither neutral nor indifferent. We are with peace.
We would have dealt with the U.S. a whole lot on trade and those kinds of things, and that's not as certain these days. So we have to go back and look at our European partners, our Asian partners.
An opportunity to exchange, to have a dialogue, to have a debate on a different perspective on finding the solution of the conflict.
First thing that is important to have a common ground, and that we do have with humanitarian laws and human rights, but also to say, okay, what does it mean for us as a country to act on these laws, and how can we work together?
When we realize that there's something wrong with democracy, the institutions and policies, values come together and we take stock, and it's possible then to improve and chart a new course for democracy.
It's the people's right to self-determination, and if they want to be independent, they should be independent. We will not start a war against Greenland.
In the midst of this, life persists. In the midst of untruth, truth persists.
What we can do as the Interparliamentary Union to strengthen democracy, to promote human rights, to ensure that humanitarian law is respected.
UN Security Council needs
Hello and welcome. I'm Seema Katauka and you're watching the World Report on NewsX World. Let's take a look at the top headlines of this hour. British Prime Minister Keir Starmer says he raises the Jimmy Lai case and Uyghur rights with President Xi Jinping. He also says talks make progress on trade, travel and resetting UK-China relations. Iran says its armed forces are ready to respond immediately to any U.S. strike. The warning comes as President Trump reiterates military threats and U.S. forces deployed to the region. EU foreign ministers are expected to list Iran's Revolutionary Guards as a terrorist group. The move follows a deadly crackdown on protests, EU's top diplomat has said. Two U.S. federal agents involved in the fatal shooting of intensive care nurse Alex Pretty during an immigration operation in Minneapolis have been placed on administrative leave. DHS says the move follows national outrage over the death and comes as protests and scrutiny of federal enforcement continue. Israel's parliament gives initial approval to the 2026 state budget. Averting an immediate early election, the spending plan still faces a tough final vote amid coalition divisions. Dozens are killed after RSF drones hit the town of Dilling in South Kordofan, local media's report. The strikes target military positions in a central market. China executes 11 people linked to Myanmar-based scam gangs. State media has reported Beijing says the move targets key figures in cross-border cybercrime. A plane crash in northeast Colombia kills all 15 people on board, including a local lawmaker. The aircraft loses contact minutes after departing Cucuta for a short flight in Ocana. Now we start with Russia-Ukraine. The Kremlin has stated that there is still room for negotiations in the standoff between Iran and the U.S., despite U.S. President Donald Trump's threat of military strikes on Iran. Kremlin spokesperson Dmitry Peskov has emphasized that using force would create chaos and lead to dangerous consequences in the region. The Kremlin is calling for restraint from all sides, urging a diplomatic solution to prevent further escalation. Meanwhile, France has thrown its support behind efforts to include Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps on the European Union's list of terrorist organizations. French Foreign Minister Jean-Noël Barrot has confirmed that France will back the move, citing the IRGC's violent crackdown on protests that has left thousands of people dead. France, along with Italy and Germany, is pushing for sanctions against those responsible for the violence, signaling a strong European stance against Iran's actions. Let's listen in.
La France a annoncé hier qu'elle soutiendra l'inscription du corps des gardiens de la Révolution sur la liste des organisations terroristes de l'Union européenne, parce qu'il ne peut y avoir aucune impunité pour les crimes commis. Le courage inouï des Iraniennes, des Iraniens qui ont été la cible de ces violences ne peut rester vain. C'est la raison pour laquelle nous prendrons aujourd'hui des sanctions européennes à l'encontre des responsables de cette répression. Membres du gouvernement, procureurs, chefs d'unité de police, membres du corps des gardiens de la Révolution, responsables du blocage d'Internet. Plus de 20 individus et entités verront leurs actifs gelés et se verront interdit l'accès au territoire européen.
Now for this discussion, we welcome Mr. Ben Aris. He's a former Moscow bureau chief of the Daily Telegraph, joins us live from Berlin. Thank you very much, Mr. Aris, for joining us. Good to see you. Now thank you. Now looking at first Iran and US, although US states that the diplomacy is open, they have been, it seems like they're piling up their military readiness in the region. So where exactly do you think diplomacy is open, and when they say diplomacy is open, what are they suggesting?
Well, diplomacy is fading away, isn't it? I mean, it used to be a rules-based international order, and now we have military assets being moved around. I mean, an armada of US naval vessels is in the Gulf now, pointing a gun at Iran, and they call this diplomacy. It's a threat, military force. Either you do negotiations, which is what they understand as diplomacy, or we bomb you. And this is happening, again and again. And the same with the diplomacy that went into Trump's quote-unquote discussion with Venezuela before Christmas, which ended up with a special military operation where they decapitated the country by kidnapping the president. And with this destruction of the international order, the rules have basically disappeared. It used to be sovereign nations, the integrity of another country was inviolable under the UN Charter, and now that counts for nothing. So the diplomacy that's actually going on, I think, is going on in the rest of the world, where the emerging markets, the global south, if you prefer, is actively building relationships, security deals, but economic deals as well, and diversifying away from Trump. And this is real diplomacy, and it's new as well, because it used to be under the auspices of the international organizations such as the IMF, the World Bank, things like that. But those Western institutions now also count for nothing. And so what's being done is real diplomacy is being done in the emerging world, in the growing world, on the basis of traditional diplomacy, where you talk about your national interests, what do you have in common, how can you help each other, and then you slot it into a broader framework of regional, multicultural, multi-country relationships. And that process is going on, and it's going on excluding the West, specifically to protect ourselves from the West. And by the West, I think we mean, quote-unquote, America.
Thank you for highlighting that. And now looking at France's, stance towards Iranian security forces, I think. Why do you think France has decided to make such moves, and why is France in particular eyeing or putting focus onto Iran and onto Iran's this security guards?
Well, this is the irony here, is Europe in particular still believes in the international order. I mean, the whole European Union was built on the idea of shared values and bringing together multiple countries. Because previous to the Second World War, Europe had a nasty habit of going to war with each other continuously in very bloody and long wars. And the European Union project was supposed to end that, and that was an enormous success. And so Europe really does believe in these values because it managed to bring together what is the biggest market in the world, some 400 million people in very different cultures, different countries, and make them function together extremely successfully. And so they don't want to give up on the rules-based order. But the world has changed, and the rules-based order doesn't work anymore. So still stick to the old principles, and they still talk about sovereignty and all the old ways of seeing these things. And so Iran is in chaos. You have a democracy, an authoritarian regime. If you like, the people are very unhappy. They want change, and they're not getting it. And in Tehran, the authorities have just been mowing people down with machine guns. The estimates are vague, but something on the order of 20,000 people have been shot. That's tenfold what the previous killings have been. And Europe can't stand by and not condemn that because it runs against everything that they believe in. But at the same time, they're powerless now because the international order used to be backed by things like UN, and the UN could have a mandate to attack or send peacekeepers or close the sky, as it did, for example, in Libya, which went wrong. And they can't even do that. So they're helpless, and all they can do is make these statements. But as I say, they're a testament for a world, I think, that no longer exists.
Right. And lastly, as you know, you highlight rule-based diplomacy, rule-based order is losing its power or its influence now. How is this return of great power competition reshaping democracy?
We go back to the 19th century. It's like who has the biggest army is in charge, and Trump has shown it that you argue with people. With Europe, the argument has been over tariffs and economics, and he's not able to use military force against Europe. But then look at Greenland. There's an example of an argument. He wants the resources, the minerals in Greenland, and there he is willing to use military force against the EU. And so, as I say, we're in a ruleless world anymore. And what do you do as a European Union? I mean, the Danes started sending troops to protect Greenland, and the idea of a US soldier killing a Danish soldier, then the whole NATO security organization or arrangements just falls to pieces immediately, which nobody wanted to do. And Europe is also in a position where it's been relying on American security since the Second World War, and suddenly Article 5, the NATO collective security agreement, doesn't count, or at least no one has any confidence in it. I mean, what happens if Russia marches into the Baltics? The Baltics were saying yesterday that they believe that Russia's going to come and invade them. And nominally they're a NATO country, nominally they're covered by Article 5, nominally as soon as the Russians cross the border, then that triggers NATO reaction, Europe would come to its military aid, and so would the States. And it's that last bit, no one has any confidence that that would happen. And then you'd end up with a direct clash between Europe and Russia. And currently the state of the European defenses is such that Russia would actually win that war and need America's help. And there's no guarantee that Trump would come to Europe's aid.
Yes. Thank you very much, Mr. Aris, for sharing that insight. Please stay with us as we come back to you for our next discussion as well. Now, staying in Kremlin, the Kremlin has strongly condemned the sanctions on Lukoil, calling them illegal and unacceptable. It has emphasized that the interests of Lukoil must be respected in any dealings. However, the Kremlin has refrained from commenting on Carlyle Group's agreement to purchase most of Lukoil's foreign assets. This deal is valued at around $22 billion, and it includes Lukoil's key operations across Europe, the Middle East, Africa, and Mexico. The sale comes under pressure from U.S. sanctions, which have been in place since February 2022. While the deal progresses, the final approval still depends on reviews by the U.S. Treasury Office of Foreign Assets Control and other regulatory bodies involved in sanction enforcement. In other developments, the Kremlin is also awaiting a response from the U.S. on President Putin's offer to extend limits in the expiring nuclear treaty. It has warned that its expiry could create a significant gap in the global legal framework. The Kremlin has also offered no comments on reports of a potential ceasefire between Russia and Ukraine regarding energy infrastructure. Now, for this discussion, we welcome back Mr. Ben Aris. He's joining us live from Berlin. Thank you very much, Mr. Aris, for staying with us. Now, looking at the Kremlin strongly condemns these sanctions on Lukoil. Why and what more can you tell us about this situation with Lukoil?
So the oil sanctions are a complicated topic. The headline is that, firstly, Trump has put no sanctions on Russia at all for his entire first year, except these ones. And they should be seen in the context of the negotiations in order to bring the war in Ukraine to an end, something Trump was very keen to do, something he said he'd do in 24 hours after taking office, which of course didn't happen. And the imposition of these sanctions was Trump's attempt to actually put some real tough pressure on the Putin in order to make him come to the negotiating table and do a deal, which actually seems to have been successful in so much as in December we now have a 27-point plan that's more or less agreed between the US and Russia. Lukoil in particular, why these were so effective or hurtful as sanctions, that Lukoil together with Rosneft are Russia's two biggest oil companies, and together they account for about a third of the exports. So sanctioning Lukoil on paper is very painful. In practice, the oil sanctions have completely failed because all that happened was that Lukoil's exports have sunk by 1 million barrels, and then the other state-owned companies which aren't under sanctions, suddenly their exports jumped by 1 million barrels a day. So as far as Russia's concerned and the budget, the oil sanctions make no difference. For Lukoil in particular, it's extremely damaging. And again, the sanctions on Lukoil have actually been watered down and delayed well into February. They're not in effect, but the effect on the company of the proposed sanctions has been enough to try to force it to try and basically sell all its international assets. And it has oil fields and interests all over the world, in Kazakhstan and the Middle East, and it needs to dump these. But as a sanctioned entity, doing that deal is extremely difficult. So the Kremlin is very annoyed because what you've done, in effect, is destroy one of Russia's best. And this is a privately owned company. It's extremely well run. And you've destroyed one of Russia's very best, very profitable companies, and force it into a position where it's going to have to sell all of these extremely valuable assets worth billions and billions of dollars at knockdown prices. So, of course, they're objecting. But as I say, in the grand scheme of things, the political goal, which has been sanction Russia, force it to end the war, take away its income, all of that didn't work.
Right. With that, I would like to thank Mr. Ben Aris for joining us from Berlin and sharing that insight throughout our news. Thank you very much. Now we stay in Europe. Danish Foreign Minister Lars Løkke Rasmussen has said that talks between Denmark, Greenland and the United States over Arctic territory have gone well with constructive atmosphere. Although no final decisions have been made, Rasmussen has expressed cautious optimism ahead of his meeting with EU colleagues in Brussels. These diplomatic discussions come after months of tensions between Denmark and the US over President Donald Trump's repeated demands to take over Greenland despite the standoff. Rasmussen says he's slightly more hopeful than a week ago. Let's listen in.
I just want to confirm what State Secretary Rubio said yesterday, that we have had the very first meeting at senior official level in Washington yesterday regarding the Greenlandic issue. It went well in a very constructive atmosphere and tone, and new meetings are planned. It's not that things are solved, but it's good because now we are back to what we agreed in Washington exactly 2 weeks and a day ago. After that, there was a major detour. Things were escalating, but now we are back on track. And as I have stated on many occasions, we of course, share the U.S. security concerns regarding the Atlantic. This is something we want to solve in close cooperation in NATO, but also in a trilateral dialogue between Denmark, Greenland, the Kingdom of Denmark, and U.S. So it's not that we can conclude anything, but I'm slightly more optimistic today than a week ago.
Now for this discussion, we welcome retired Major General Sudhakarji. He's a senior strategic and international affairs expert, joins us live from Jaipur. Thank you very much, Major General, for joining us again. Good to see you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. Now looking at the Danish foreign minister, he seems to be giving benefit of the doubt to U.S. Do you think that it's the right move from the Danish side, and can it really trust U.S. again?
No. Simple answer is no. Once bitten, twice shy. So when I say once bitten, twice shy, once bitten by a snake, even a thread should look like a snake. So I think it is too premature. I am nobody to comment on such a senior leadership of Denmark, but going by pragmatic assessment and the experience I have had in life, one should be extremely careful and be very, very cautious in dealing with USA. Not to say that USA is not capable, it is a superpower, it has got everything in it except for trust. Trust is the biggest victim in the world. Hence, to respond to your question, I would say that Denmark has to exercise caution and be very careful while dealing with such kind of stakeholders, be it anybody, be it America or any other country.
So building on that, Major General, so what else can Denmark realistically do other than being, or giving the benefit of the doubt here to U.S.?
Buy time. Simply buy time. Best thing in life and the universe is that when a deep wound or scar has been inflicted on us, it is just have strategic patience, apply the cure, that is the ointment. Ointment is the time, antiseptic ointment. And I'm sure nothing is permanent in life, nor in society, nor in geopolitics. Everything is bound to change. So give time a chance, and look for the best, and be prepared for the worst. That is what, because Denmark and the European countries, they have been caught napping. They never expected this to happen, and it did happen. So should it happen in future, what should be their response? Should they prepare their defenses to stand up and counter US effectively, or they should let it go, give it a pass? I think the answer is well known to each and every one of the European. And my little submission, humble submission is that it is good to talk optimistically and bring in optimism as an outcome. But I think there is an old saying, prepare and prevent, repair and repent. Back to you.
And Major General, you say that buying time is the key here, but what if it gets worse, as you also mentioned how they should be preparing for the worst? What does their capacity, Denmark's capacity, look like, Greenland's capacity look like? How long will it take for them to prepare for the worst?
You see, no country in the world can ever prepare to prevent any kind of a conflict against the mightiest and the superpower of the world. So therefore, the only answer lies in collaborating with like-minded countries, building up a network of collaboration, support, and agreement and alliances, and keep building up keep diverting your fund allocation, your budget allocation towards defense preparedness, and start applying. Let them create a think tank within the country. What should they do? Let them apply themselves. They must have option A, option B, option C, and when it comes to, push comes to shove, well, they must have some counter strategy placed. It could be near the belly of the USA, it could be the backyard of USA, it could be the heartland of USA. So those kind of things have to be thought of for survival. Like yesterday, Carlos, the foreign relations leader, the minister of European Council, made a very good statement that it's about time they have to take some steps for survival. You cannot actually outsource your safety and security or survival to some other country. If you have to survive, that's a powerful statement. So that itself suggests and indicates that Denmark has to first and foremost divide the entire course of action into short-term, medium-term, long-term, at multiple levels: strategic, that is the global level; regional level; and local, that is the national level. And when they identify, they have to look at the aspects of diplomacy, the information, they have to look at the military might, they have to look at the economy, to the technology. Denmark enjoys lots of supremacy in their technological advancement. If we go into it, it is not only the renewable energy. They have got lots of things in which they can create leverage. So they need to actually have a matrix of leverages which can be applied effectively in short, medium and long term at global, regional and national level. That will give them possibly some solution to protect them in future, as also go in for a kind of a coalition and alliances in order to build up their national military might. That would actually give them some effective and meaningful answer. Back to you, Asuma.
Thank you for sharing that deep insight with us, Major General. Thank you. Now moving on to China. China's Defense Ministry has confirmed that a probe into 2 former high-ranking Chinese generals is a major achievement. The investigation focuses on Zhang Yuxia, the second-in-command under President Xi Jinping as vice chairman of the Central Military Commission, who has long been considered Xi's closest military ally. Alongside Zhang, Liu Zhenli, the chief of staff of the CMC's Joint Staff Department, is also under investigation for suspected serious violations of discipline and law. The Defense Ministry has emphasized that despite these probes, China continues to engage in talks with the militaries from around the world. Let's listen in.
我们坚决反对对中方有关反腐行动的污蔑抹黑。中国军队在党的坚强领导下，始终秉持开放合作理念，将继续与各国军队开展对话交流，深化军事互信，加强务实合作，为国际和地区和平稳定贡献中国力量。坚决查处张又侠、刘振立是党和军队反腐败斗争取得的重大成果，是党和军队有决心、有力量的重要体现，对于打赢军队反腐败斗争攻坚战、持久战、总体战具有重要意义。
Now for this, we welcome back retired Major General Sudhakarji. He's joining us from Jaipur. Thank you very much, Major General, for staying with us. Now, what are we to make of these, high-ranking officials being taken away, and the Chinese military saying that this is this is for suspected serious violation of discipline and a law?
Asuma, I personally feel that the current situation, firstly, what has happened? You see, out of 7 members in the Politburo, less for Z, rest all have been purged. There is no one else. The vice chairman himself is the topmost, I would say, highest official who is to enjoy the loyalty, the blessings of Z so far in almost everything. And he has been purged on account of disloyalty, kind of espionage, leaking information on nuclear security to USA, and not reining in the people in the PLA who have been found lacking discipline, etc., etc. So with him gone, now there is a vacuum. Now, selecting people for the Politburo is a long-drawn process. It takes lots of time, deep investigation, scrutiny, goes into the personality profile, and based on the experience of multiple stakeholders, all 7 of them, they are selected. Thereafter, Z has to actually scrutinize himself. He has to satisfy. So this is a long run process. It's going to take a lot of time. Now, going by the timelines and the agenda which China has, China on its own had already made up the mind that by 2027 they would be reunifying Taiwan. So first thing that comes to my mind is, will it be possible under the circumstances with lack of experience? The vice chairman, the Zhao, who has been outstayed or purged, he is the only person in China or PLA who has had some experience of conflict a long time back in 1979 against Vietnam. Barring him, there is nobody else. So in absence of any kind of experience in any conflict or war or battle, they will be lacking. This will become highly acute and unprecedented. Second thing is, experience in warfare actually matters a lot. You need to have guides, philosophers, friends to do mentoring, to channelize, formulate correct policies in the country. China's modernization of armed forces started in the year 2015. They have lots of flip-flops, lots of pitfalls, and recently they have introduced two different wings or arms. One is the space, the other is the cyber. Now, both the things, they require lots of deft handling. Is Z capable to handle these things directly? I doubt. If he is possible. Therefore, it brings me to the point that not only the vacuum will continue to remain as a vacuum, but it will result in a telling impact on the structure, on the design, on the outcome of preparation of People's Liberation Army as also Plan and PLAF, which consequently will impact on the high-end objective of reunification Taiwan, as also maintaining law and order and solidarity and discipline amongst the PLA, because there is a inner revolution, discontentment which is rising within PLA and within China, which is the most dangerous threat to the existence of Z.
With that, I would like to thank retired Major General Sudhakarji for joining us today and sharing that insight throughout our news. Thank you. Now, moving on to tech news, the U.S. National Highway Traffic Safety Administration has opened an investigation after a Waymo self-driving vehicle struck a child near a school in Santa Monica, California last week. The incident occurred on January 23rd when the child ran across the street from behind a double-parked SUV and the Waymo vehicle was unable to avoid the contact. The child sustained minor injuries but quickly stood up and walked to the sidewalk. Waymo has stated that its vehicle detected the child and braked hard, reducing speed from 17 mph to under 6 mph before the collision. Authorities are investigating whether the Waymo vehicle exercised proper caution given the proximity to the school during drop-off hours with children and other pedestrians in the area. The agency is also looking into the vehicle's behavior in school zones, especially during high traffic times. Meanwhile, Waymo has said it will cooperate fully with the investigation. That's all we have time for. Keep watching NewsX World for more news updates from around the world.
In the midst of this, life persists. In the midst of untruth, truth persists.
What we can do as the Interparliamentary Union to strengthen democracy, to promote human rights, to ensure that humanitarian law is respected.
UN Security Council needs a makeover, a comprehensive reform, and India deserves a position there, a role there.
Prime Minister Modi during Operation Sindoor made it amply clear that war has never been India's choice. We are with the side of peace. We are neither neutral nor indifferent. We are with peace.
We would have dealt with the U.S. a whole lot on trade and those kinds of things, and that's not as certain these days. So we have to go back and look at our European partners, our Asian partners.
An opportunity to exchange, to have a dialogue, to have a debate on a different perspective on finding the solution of the conflict.
First thing that is important to have a common ground, and that we do have with humanitarian laws and human rights, but also to say, okay, what does it mean for us as a country to act on these laws and how can we work together?
When we realize that there's something wrong with democracy, the institutions and policies, values come together and we take stock, and it's possible then to improve and chart a new course for democracy.
It's the people's right to self-determination, and if they want to be independent, they should be independent. We will not start a war against Greenland.
In the midst of this, life persists. In the midst of untruth, truth persists.
What we can do as the Interparliamentary Union to strengthen democracy, to promote human rights, to ensure that humanitarian law is respected.
UN Security Council needs a makeover, a comprehensive reform, and India deserves a position there, a role there.
Prime Minister Modi during Operation Sindoor made it amply clear that war has never been India's choice. We are with the side of peace. We are neither neutral nor indifferent. We are with peace.
Hello and welcome to Deep Dive on NewsX World. I'm Kriti Mehta. We turn our focus today to a diplomatic gambit in the East. The first trip by a British Prime Minister to Beijing in 8 years. Prime Minister Keir Starmer arrived in the Chinese capital seeking what he calls a more sophisticated and pragmatic relationship. But behind the handshakes at the Great Hall of the People lies a minefield of past sanctions, rising tariffs, and a massive trade gap. So what is the state of this high-stakes reset? Let's look at the numbers. Total bilateral trade between the UK and China has hit £103 billion in 2025. But the balance is strikingly lopsided. The UK exports roughly £30 billion to China, while importing over £72 billion. This is a £42 billion trade deficit. China is currently the UK's fourth largest trading partner, accounting for 5.5% of total British trade. And as the UK struggles with slow growth, Starmer has brought a delegation of 54 business leaders to ensure London isn't left in the cold. But to move forward, they must address the baggage of the past. The relationship crashed in 2021. The UK imposed sanctions on Chinese officials over allegations of human rights abuses in Xinjiang. Beijing reiterated and retaliated instantly. They blacklisted 9 UK citizens, including sitting members of parliament and peers. Names like Sir Ian Duncan Smith and Tom Tungendat were banned from Chinese soils. Their assets were frozen. British lawmakers and academics were targeted. Now, sources suggest a quid pro quo is on the table. China is considering lifting those sanctions on British MPs. In exchange, London recently gave the green light to China's controversial mega embassy near the Tower of London, a project previously blocked over security concerns. Then there's the battle over the road and the cloud. While the US and European Union have built a tariff wall against Chinese electric vehicles, with tariffs reaching as high as 100% in America, the UK has taken a different path. London has not yet imposed specific penalty tariffs on Chinese EVs. The result? Chinese car brands led by MG and BYD nearly doubled their UK market share in 2025, now accounting for almost 10% of all new car sales. But it isn't all smooth sailing. Under the UK National Security Act, London has clamped down on Chinese investment in critical sectors, from semiconductors to energy. Beijing has warned that targeting its security apparatus will trigger strong countermeasures. Beyond trade, we are seeing a surprising area of cooperation: law enforcement. The two nations are set to sign an agreement to disrupt the supply chains of human smugglers. Chinese factories are the primary source for the small boat engines used by gangs in the English Channel. This deal would see intelligence sharing to stop those engines from ever reaching the French coast. The UK is walking a tightrope. On one side, Washington, where President Donald Trump has imposed a 10% baseline tariff on all imports, including British goods. London is desperate to carve out an exemption. On the other side, Beijing, the only market big enough to offset a transatlantic trade war. So is this a new golden era? Hardly. China's team, Starmer's team, is calling it de-risking, not decoupling. They want Chinese investment in green gigafactories, but are banning Chinese tech from the 5G network. They want Chinese consumers for British services, but are condemning the crackdown in Hong Kong. As the Prime Minister concludes his talks today, the world is watching to see if pragmatism can survive geopolitics. In a turbulent 2026, the UK is betting that it can be the bridge between two colliding superpowers. But as history shows, bridges are often the first thing to collapse under pressure. Joining me now for this discussion is Dr. Asta Chadha, who is Associate Professor of International Relations at Ritsumeikan University in Kyoto. Dr. Chadha, thanks very much for joining us.
Thank you.
All right, let's then start with the first question. The UK government has recently approved China's massive new embassy at Royal Mint Court, just days before Starmer's arrival in Beijing. To what extent would you say that this approval serves as a diplomatic down payment to secure the lifting of sanctions on British MPs? And are there any real long-term security risks of allowing such a large-scale facility so close to the City of London's financial infrastructure?
Right. Well, thank you for having me here on your channel for the discussion. I mean, we need to remember that this facility at Royal Mint Court, the one that you're referring to as the new Chinese embassy area, this was bought by China back in 2018, and it had since then been under, severe scrutiny by the British, British organizations, British government, British intelligence, because of its proximity to Britain's financial center and also proximity to the other important key sectors. I'm hearing this proximity to the fiber optic cables that run throughout under the city, and then they do connect somehow to the intelligence agencies in London as well. So there were a lot of let's say aspects to this particular property. The second I think anxiety that the British had was with regard to the size, the sheer size of this facility that has now been approved. It's 10 times larger than the earlier, embassy that China has had in London. So why does China need such a large embassy? Are they planning to increase the number of personnel? Is this going to be in any way used or in some way utilized as a dual use space, wherein on one hand there is an increased surveillance on not just pro-democracy Hong Kongers who are currently in UK, or is it also intended to otherwise listen in on conversations that UK does not want China to listen in on? Now, all of these concerns seems to have been pushed to one side with the approval of this facility by the British Prime Minister, and the fact that he's trying to visit China, after allowing the construction of this facility, says clearly that definitely he's trying to prove to China that he's willing to overlook the past, past issues that UK might have had with regard to human rights, questions or abuses or any other issues that UK might have wanted to raise with China in the past. Now, with regard to your question as to whether this could in fact have a lot of impact on lifting of the Beijing sanctions on UK MPs, I mean, that remains to be seen. What we're hearing now is there is a possibility, but let's not forget there are other things in the run here. UK here is more dependent on China, definitely, when it comes to its own supply chains. UK wants to achieve this newfound friendship with China that they're trying to secure, much like Canada, by the way. And given the fact that the US's partners are one by one lining up to warm up their relations with Beijing, shows to us that this is no longer just about lifting sanctions on certain members of parliament. This goes beyond. This is about catering to China in a way that China gets more access to their local markets. We do know that there is a huge amount of tariff, not just on US allies, but also on Beijing by United States. So this is one way that US allies and US rivals are trying to bridge that gap and bridge that relationship, trying to secure their own economic security in one way or another. And then thirdly, I must also mention that while China's facility had not been allowed to be developed in London since 2018. Similarly, there was a ban, or there was some kind of a stay on even London's expansion plans or UK's expansion plans of its own embassy in Beijing. So the hope with Prime Minister Starmer's visit is that China would also likewise reciprocate in the same way and allow UK to then start constructing or reconstructing or refurbishing its own embassy in Beijing just the way that they wanted to.
Right. Dr. Chadha, now, in fact, let's also talk about the fact that while the US has moved towards 100% tariffs on Chinese EVs, the UK has largely held back and also allowed brands like BYD to gain significant market share. How do you see the UK's refusal to follow Washington's tariff wall? A break in Western trade unity, or is it a temporary economic necessity to meet Britain's own net zero targets?
I mean, it's a combination of both, right? I mean, UK had for a long time set this zero emissions vehicle mandates, which meant that most of their sales, I think up to 28% of their sales back in 2025 were aimed to be in electric vehicles. The question here is, can American and European car manufacturers actually cater to this demand or cater to these needs? And the answer was no. We knew that there was a restriction on the amount of Chinese investment into key sectors, into semiconductors, into batteries, all of which, by the way, UK in one way or another is dependent on China for. So despite placing those restrictions on China, if China happens to be the biggest supplier of electric vehicles, the biggest supplier of what UK wants its net zero emissions to be achieved by, then that leaves very little room for United Kingdom to to maneuver and try and find alternative partners. But you pointed out something very important, and here is where lies the risk. Even though UK might say that they're opening up their markets to achieve their targets, or they're opening up their markets to China only for specific issue-based productions or issue-based articles or objects, or let's say goods that they might need, this in fact, I would say raises the dependence of United Kingdom on China even further. So what the main question that needs to be asked from Prime Minister Starmer here is that what is his policy in place if this dependence only worsens or increases on China? Does he have any policies in place to make sure or to cut down on that dependence in any way? And so far as we are reading into his policy, that seems far from what he's thinking about. There do not seem to be any such policies in place that would allow UK to effectively maybe de-risk and not decouple from China.
Right. Dr. Chatana, the current UK government is also describing its strategy as de-risking and not decoupling. Right? How can the UK realistically then de-risk its economy when it remains dependent on China for over 70% of the critical components for its green energy transition? And how likely is it for this pragmatism to turn the dependence that's seen during the previous golden era?
Right. I mean, see, this is not just UK. I think EU as a whole had earlier expressed very clearly that decoupling was no longer a feasible option. And I mean, in that they are pragmatically, they are correct. They are being more realistic in that sense, because given China's place or critical space in the supply chains, which could get globally disrupted. We saw how they got disrupted and how it raised anxiety worldwide when Trump tariffs were imposed. So this completely decoupling from China is not feasible for European partners in the short run anyway. No, I don't even think it's possible in the medium run. But what UK here is doing is, rather than trying to find alternative partners, it seems to be in some way in a bit to de-risk. What it's trying to do is making sure that at least through green investments, it allows China an access to its market. I mean, on the one hand, it could in fact allow UK to achieve its green targets. It might even allow UK in the medium term or in the short run to actually stabilize, the otherwise hit economy that it is facing. But there are a lot of risks here, and I'll try and point out some of those which you also mentioned earlier. I mean, this is obviously a response to the lack of trust or the lack of stability that UK is experiencing in its economy, and it was furthered by the Trump tariffs and the fear that how America would respond. So is UK doing something against it? Well, the UK's policy is then to in a way diversify its market. Unfortunately, with this visit, I mean, is this visit important by Prime Minister Starmer? It is important. I mean, China cannot be eliminated from UK's markets. But look at, what all they are willing to give up. And I think that is where the key discussion lies. UK still wants and requires America's partnerships for its security needs. UK still needs America for its national security, or even regional security measures, or even Indo-Pacific policy. And UK remains a key partner. Specifically, let's say if we take the case of AUKUS, it was an alignment or sort of an alliance between Australia, US, and UK. And UK is a very important part of it. It's again a question mark. Where does UK stand on that? Would China not object? Would United States not object? Has Prime Minister Starmer actually figured out how to respond to United States if there were to be similar sanctions or similar opposition as Canada faced? Similarly, we need to look at whether or not UK does have a policy in terms of actual de-risking. I mean, unfortunately, we do not see much of that possibility occurring in the short run. UK seems to be kind of sandwiched between China and US at this point. And so if I just follow what PM Starmer has been pointing out, he's clearly stated he does not want UK to be reduced to a nation or to the position of a nation that has to choose sides. So what does that mean in the long run? What is UK willing to sacrifice? And I think one of the first things UK seems to be sacrificing here is exactly what it stood for since 2018, which is the freedom of speech in some way, or the security of its own freedoms that it provides to its own parliamentarians and to its own people. I remember Prime Minister Starmer, ahead of this visit, in one of these interviews, he mentioned that he would be willing to take up questions with the Premier Xi Jinping when he visits China, specifically the ones that they disagree on. It seems very unlikely. We know what happened at G20 in 2024 when the British press tried to raise questions about human rights abuses. They were all sent out of the room. So is Prime Minister Starmer willing to take that hit when it comes to UK's own policy with regard to human rights or its own ideas with regard to freedom of speech? I mean, there's a lot at stake here, but clearly looks like UK, at least for the short run, for its own economic security, seems to have picked a side nevertheless.
Right, absolutely. Dr. Chadda, thanks very much then for joining us in this conversation. And viewers, that's a wrap on this episode of Deep Dive. Stay tuned to NewsX World for all international news and updates.
In the midst of this, life persists. In the midst of untruth, truth persists.
What we can do as the Interparliamentary Union to strengthen democracy, to promote human rights, to ensure that humanitarian law is respected.
UN Security Council needs a makeover, a comprehensive reform, and India deserves a position there, a role there.
Prime Minister Modi during Operation Sindoor made it amply clear that war has never been India's choice. We are with the side of peace. We are neither neutral nor indifferent. We are with peace.
We would have dealt with the U.S. a whole lot on trade and those kinds of things, and that's not as certain these days. So we have to go back and look at our European partners, our Asian partners.
An opportunity to exchange, to have a dialogue, to have a debate on a different perspective on finding the solution of the conflict.
First thing that is important to have a common ground, and that we do have with humanitarian laws and human rights, but also to say, okay, what does it mean for us as a country to act on these laws and how can we work together?
When we realize that there's something wrong with democracy, the institutions and policies, values come together and we take stock, and it's possible then to improve and chart a new course for democracy.
It's the people's right to self-determination. And if they want to be independent, they should be independent. We will not start a war against Greenland.
In the midst of this, life persists. In the midst of untruth, truth persists.
Hello and welcome to Deep Dive on NewsX World. I'm Kriti Mehta. We begin now with a look at the escalating situation in the Middle East, where US-Iran tensions have reached a critical juncture. The big question, will these long-standing rivalries spiral into open conflict, or can diplomatic efforts avert a military showdown? The USS Abraham Lincoln, a nuclear-powered aircraft carrier, has now been deployed to the Arabian Sea, signaling a major escalation in US military deployments to the region. This carrier strike group includes advanced Arleigh-Burke-class destroyers like the USS Frankie Peterson Jr., USS Provence, and USS Michael Murphy. These vessels bring a range of advanced Aegis combat systems, Tomahawk cruise missiles, and F-35C fighter jets to the region. The Strait of Hormuz is a critical waterway with around 20% of global oil passing through it. The presence of the USS Abraham Lincoln in the Persian Gulf signals U.S. commitment to ensuring the security of the vital shipping lanes and reassuring its allies. However, this military show of force has drawn a strong response from Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps. Mohammad Akbarzadeh, political deputy commander of the IRGC Navy, has warned that countries in the Gulf who allow U.S. military action to be launched from their territories will be considered hostile to Iran. This threat underlines the increasing risk of military escalation. In a significant development, reports have emerged of an explosion at Iran's Parshan military complex, a site long associated with the country's nuclear weapons program. While Iranian authorities have yet to confirm the incident, the timing of this explosion, coinciding with the U.S. Navy's military buildup, has raised alarm bells about the potential for further conflict. President Donald Trump, who has long been talking about military action in the region, has put Iran and the region on high alert with his comments following the deployment of the USS Abraham Lincoln. Trump has refused to rule out military intervention and has claimed that despite the military moves, Iran is open to talks. However, the latest troop deployments signal a different preparation. The U.S. has deployed F-15E fighter jets along with advanced missile defense systems, including Patriot and THAAD, and has moved more troops into the region. The key question, however, is whether the USA can protect its assets if Iran strikes. Remember that over the last month, the USA has pulled back a lot of troops from sensitive military bases in the Middle East, and that this fresh deployment puts a nuclear-powered aircraft carrier in the range of Iran's missiles. Iran's Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei has asserted that the country is prepared for war, but would prefer peace. However, the IRGC's warning about hostile territories and the U.S. military deployments show a dramatic escalation. Regional powers such as Saudi Arabia, the UAE and Qatar are caught between a rock and a hard place, trying to maintain relations with both the U.S. and Iran. Hello and welcome. I'm Kriti Mehta and you're watching the World Report on NewsX World. We'll start with a check of the top headlines this hour. British Prime Minister Keir Starmer says he raised the Jimmy Lai case and Uyghur rights with Chinese President Xi Jinping. He also said talks make progress on trade, travel and resetting UK-China relations. Iran says its armed forces are ready to respond immediately to any U.S. strike. The warning comes as Trump reiterates military threats and U.S. forces deploy to the region. European Union foreign ministers are expected to list Iran's Revolutionary Guards as a terrorist group. The move follows a deadly crackdown on protests, European Union's top diplomat says. Two U.S. federal agents involved in the fatal shooting of intensive care nurse Alex Pretty during an immigration operation in Minneapolis have been placed on administrative leave. The move follows national outrage over the death and comes as protests and scrutiny of federal enforcement continues. Israel's parliament gives initial approval to the 2026 state budget, averting an immediate early election. The spending plan still faces a tough final vote amid coalition divisions. Dozens are killed after RSF drones hit the town of Dilling in South Kordofan. As per local media report, the strikes target military positions and a central market. China executes 11 people linked to Myanmar-based scam gangs. state media reports, Beijing says the move targets key figures in cross-border cybercrime. A plane crash in northeast Colombia kills all 15 on board, including a local lawmaker. The aircraft loses contact minutes after departing Cúcuta after a flight to Oaxaca. And let's start, viewers, now with the top story. Senior defense and intelligence officials from Israel and Saudi Arabia are meeting in Washington this week to discuss potential U.S. military strikes on Iran. This comes as U.S. President Donald Trump ordered a major military buildup in the Gulf, including the arrival of the USS Abraham Lincoln aircraft carrier, in preparation for possible action. Israel is sharing intelligence on specific targets in Iran, while Saudi Arabia is concerned about a regional war and is working to broker a diplomatic solution. Saudi Defense Minister Prince Khalid bin Salman is expected to meet with officials at the Pentagon, State Department and White House. Now, President Trump has threatened that any strikes on Iran would be much more severe than previous actions. The White House aides emphasize that diplomacy is still an option. Meanwhile, Saudi Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman has also been involved, worrying that Iran and that Saudi airspace will not be used for a U.S. strike. Iran has repeatedly warned that any U.S. attack will be met with immediate and unprecedented retaliation, targeting both Israel and U.S. military bases in the region. Joining me now in this discussion is Professor Andrew Latham. He's an international affairs expert, joins us from Minneapolis. Professor Latham, thanks very much for joining us. How much of a threat is this really to Iran, and is an attack imminent now?
Perhaps not imminent, but it's certainly a real prospect in the not too distant future. The United States is moving assets to the region, doesn't actually need those assets because it struck last time from the continental United States, but that enhances the options and the striking power. And the question becomes not just will the U.S. launch a strike, but to what end and with what purpose and goal in mind. Will it be limited to degrading the Iranian nuclear program again, or will it be focused more on regime change, broadly construed, taking out leadership, taking out some security forces, etc.? Either way, from an Iranian perspective, it looks quite threatening, and they're ramping up their retaliatory capabilities, which of course concerns the Saudis, who are interested in more than anything in stability in the region. They don't want a regional conflict. Imminent, maybe not. Likely, I think so.
All right, Professor, while I request you to stay on as we move. Now, viewers, Russia and Ukraine have also completed another exchange of soldiers' bodies. Moscow has handed over 1,000 bodies of Ukrainian soldiers, while Ukraine has transferred 38 bodies of Russian soldiers back to Russia. This exchange is part of the ongoing repatriation efforts following agreements made between the two sides in Istanbul last year. Russian President and presidential aide Vladimir Medinsky confirmed that the transfer. He said that the bodies of 1,000 Ukrainian soldiers were returned to Kyiv. Ukraine's coordination headquarters for the treatment of prisoners of war also confirmed the repatriation, stating that these bodies were those of Ukrainian defenders killed in the conflict. Despite the ongoing war, the exchange of bodies and prisoners remains one of the few areas of cooperation between Russia and Ukraine. Dr. Gilbert Doctorow, international affairs expert, joins me from Brussels in this conversation. Dr. Doctorow, thanks very much. Of course, the exchange is a part of the talks that took place in Istanbul last year. Indeed, a welcome step, but the sticking point, of course, remains that of Donbass, and even with trilateral talks and with both parties wanting to meet each other in person, there has been no consensus on that location. What really can we expect?
Well, first, the one word about the exchange of of dead soldiers. The numbers are out in public now. You have just repeated what Mr. Medinsky, who had been the negotiator in Istanbul, has said. And let's consider them. It is 1,000 Ukrainians to 38 Russians. Now, I consider what I read in yesterday's Financial Times on the front page, an article by one of their senior and most important commentators on international affairs, Gideon Rockman, in which he said that the Russians are experiencing 25 killed of their own men for one Ukrainian who dies. This gives you a sense of the propaganda that Western media have been spreading from information that they receive from Kiev, which they do not review seriously. They simply pass it along to the broad public. 25 Russians to one Ukrainian. The numbers in reality were what you said, 1,000 Ukrainians to 38 Russians. Of course, the situation is a little bit more complicated. I don't want to be unkind to you. The Russians are very quick to retrieve bodies of their comrades. The Ukrainians are not at all quick, and there's a little excuse here. Many of the fallen Ukrainians are buried under rubble because many of them are killed in their hiding places, their bunkers, and so it's not so easy to draw them out. Nonetheless, the level of Ukrainian deaths compared to Russian deaths is very significant, and if that were the case, there wouldn't be negotiations going on now for peace.
How long do you think this entire process of repatriation will take to be completed? Because it's been going on for, since October, I believe, last year.
The observations of Mr. Peskov, the spokesman for Vladimir Putin, a few days ago was that that Donald Trump is rushing this. He wants to go very fast, and the Russians are doing their best to speed things up. So there are reasons for it. I don't know that we have the time to go into the reasons, but the result is that it's being accelerated. And so I think there'll be a conclusion of all this. The peace negotiations should conclude very quickly in the next few weeks, not in the next few years.
What about the larger question of the issues of contentions that still remain?
Of course, the most contentious issue in the public domain is the question of territorial disposition of Donbass and other territories which the Russians are holding and which the Ukrainians still insist are theirs going back to 1992. No, it is a foregone conclusion that the Ukrainians have accepted that they will lose these territories. In fact, yesterday, Kaja Kallas, who is no friend of Russia, to be sure, was saying that the end result, it will be that the Ukrainians lose the Donbass and the several other territories that the Russians are now occupying. So it is a given that the meetings in Abu Dhabi are about technicalities for implementing the evacuation of Ukrainian forces from the Donbass.
Right. All right, Dr. Doctor, thanks very much then for joining us with your perspectives. And now we move ahead, viewers. China is saying that it is ready to work with the US to manage differences and boost cooperation through the bilateral trade consultation mechanism. Their comments come ahead of a potential leaders meeting between President Donald Trump and Chinese President Xi Jinping in Beijing this April. US Trade Representative Jamieson Greer said he and Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent are likely to meet Chinese counterparts before the planned summit. China and the US agreed to a one-year trade truce in talks last October in South Korea. Though average US duties on Chinese exports remain at 47.5%. Chinese Commerce Ministry spokesperson emphasized that equal dialogue and consultation can help both countries resolve economic and trade differences. Let's first listen in to what Chinese Commerce Ministry spokesperson said. All right, viewers, we apologize for those lost audio files, but we're now joined in by Professor Andrew Latham in this discussion. Professor, U.S. tariffs on China, of course, remain high, but how do you think that the trade imbalance can be addressed, especially when with Trump targeting his long-standing traditional allies, it's opened an entirely new market or a bigger market, if not new, for China?
Well, that's right. I think both Washington and Beijing have a vested interest in dialing down the trade tensions. The Chinese economy is not doing well, not in the short term, the medium term, and the long term. It's looking really quite bad, and the Chinese government understands this and would like to have a more structured economic rivalry with the United States rather than unconstrained, unlimited economic warfare. And from Washington's perspective, the same is true, not because of economic reasons, although they're at play, but the United States has worldwide concerns having to do with Russia and Ukraine, what's happened in Venezuela and the Caribbean, etc. So it would like to reduce tensions with China as well. Now, the two parties then are motivated to come to some kind of an agreement, not a comprehensive trade agreement, anything like that, just to dial down the tension so that they can get on with, in China's case, economic rebuilding, and in the United States' case, geopolitical rebuilding. So I'm hopeful that some limited deal will come out of this. This is not, the 1990s when the United States thought that integrating China into the global economy would liberalize its political system. Those days are long gone. This is really much more focused and much more geopolitical than sort of civilizationally transformative.
Professor Latham, this is also in fact coming just after China's trade surplus recently hit $1 trillion mark. So clearly it's not even any challenge, any real challenge that can really come to China is from the United States, because it's the only other big power that we really have. What then can really be done to address that?
Well, there can be the tariff war can be eliminated. The non-tariff barriers can be reduced. I'm sure China is looking at India striking all these free trade deals with the UK and the European Union and possibly the United States in the not too distant future. So it's not just a bilateral contest between China and the US. There's other players involved as well. And recent reports coming out of Beijing, one study suggests that by the end of this century, China's population will have dropped to 450 million people. When I talk about long-term demographic challenges, those are the sorts of things I'm talking about. And the Chinese leadership has an eye on that and wants to begin addressing that. And that requires some tranquility in terms of international markets. So China might have a trade surplus at the moment, but the Chinese leadership is looking at the medium and long term and saying, we need some breathing space now so that we can begin to address these deep structural problems. And I think their willingness to talk to Washington is grounded in that. And then, as I said earlier, Washington has its own motives. And so the prospects for some kind of tentative deal, I think, are pretty good.
Well, if it was not for the manufacturing dominance that China has, do you think it would have been able to enjoy this trade surplus? And really, what are the flip side of having such a huge trade surplus?
Well, there's a trade surplus at the moment, but again, Beijing is concerned that that surplus is beginning to erode, not just because of tariffs, but because Chinese wage rates are going up and it's becoming less competitive in the global market in certain sectors. So it still dominates some sectors. The whole green energy sector is dominated by China, for example, but it's doing less well elsewhere. And its internal market is suffering as well because of that contraction of it. It's now, the replacement rate is of 2.1 kids per marriageable age woman, and China is now down to 1%. And it's sunk to that level faster than South Korea did by a huge margin. The Chinese leadership is looking at this and they're saying, okay, we are facing real challenges in terms of our export market right now, but those deep challenges are much more troubling for the legitimacy of the Communist Party. We've got to address those. So I think it's really important to keep one's eye on both the short-term challenges having to do with trade surpluses declining, but also the longer-term challenges having to do with the internal market collapsing and China's population declining radically. It'll be about a third of what it is now by the end of this century. You put all of that together and you have, I think, a highly motivated Chinese Communist Party, Chinese leadership that really wants, as I said, to negotiate some breathing space with the US, and perhaps looking to India, maybe wants to strike some better deals with the Europeans, for example, and other major markets around the globe.
All right, finally, what role do you think and how much of a role actually do you think semiconductors and rare earth elements really have in this trade deficit or imbalance?
Oh, I think it's huge. The United States is very, very sensitive these days to the supply chains around critical minerals and rare earth elements. Those are important not just economically, but in terms of manufacturing American weapon systems. The F-35 fighter, for example, is very dependent on rare earth elements, and the supply chains lead through China. You can see how that would be a strategic disadvantage. So the United States is taking real clear measures to disentangle itself from the Chinese supply chains, but also to reduce China's leverage globally by providing alternative sources of these rare earth elements and other critical minerals. And so I think we're going to see, in terms of these negotiations, we're going to see a lot of emphasis on that as well. We've already seen that in terms of the tariff wars and whatnot. But that is a major concern in Washington, strategic and economic, and it's likely to figure quite prominently around the negotiating table.
All right, Professor Latham, thanks very much then for joining me in this discussion. Moving on, viewers, to news from the UK. People on the streets of Beijing are now reacting to Prime Minister Keir Starmer's visit to China. Local residents have said that the trip is motivated by economic factors, pointing out Europe's struggling economy after Trump's tariffs. Both Starmer and China's President Xi Jinping emphasized the need for stronger ties between the two countries. The visit is seen as a move to strengthen economic and diplomatic relations. Let's listen in to what Beijing residents have said.
还是欧洲这些领导人还从经济方面考虑吧，因为本身好像通过这个特朗普加关税啊各方面的，就是欧洲这边很经济都不是很好，法国啊、这个德国啊、英国呀，所以这些元首来华访问还是经济合作方面是一大就是重要的需求吧，然后扭转一些国内的一些矛盾，什么失业率啊之类的，我觉得是。也是看清了现在的一形势吧。留学生的学费来讲，还是对他们是有一定的重要贡献的。然后，可能加大一些在学生方面的交流、青年人的交流，也是对未来的两国这个整体的一个关系的一个巩固吧，也是能着眼于未来，然后让两国的人民更多的交流了解，对两国的关系会有很大的帮助。
首先感觉，之前的话就是英国首相的话，大家都还停留在那个布莱尔那个时候，然后现在的话感觉，差不多，他后来可能是更换的比较密切啊之类的，还是就是新闻宣传的侧重点不一样了。我感觉现在我们的关注没有那么多。
Now moving on, China's defense ministry has confirmed that a probe into 2 former high-ranking Chinese generals is a major achievement. The investigation focuses on Zhang Shujia, the second in command under President Xi Jinping as vice chairman of the Central Military Commission, who has long been considered Xi's closest military ally. Alongside Zhang, Liu Zhenli, the chief of staff of the CMC's Joint Staff Department, is also under investigation for suspected serious violations of discipline and law. The Defense Ministry emphasized that despite these probes, China continues to engage in talks with militaries from around the world. Let's listen in.
我们坚决反对对中方有关反腐行动的污蔑抹黑。中国军队在党的坚强领导下，始终秉持开放合作理念，将继续与各国军队开展对话交流，深化军事互信。加强务实合作，为国际和地区和平稳定贡献中国力量。坚决查处张又侠、刘振立、 是党和军队反腐败斗争取得的重大成果，是党和军队有决心、有力量的重要体现，对于打赢军队反腐败斗争攻坚战、持久战、总体战具有重要意义。
Now, moving ahead, Danish Foreign Minister Lars Løkke Rasmussen has said that talks between Denmark, Greenland and the United States over Arctic territory have gone well with a constructive atmosphere. Although no final decisions have been made, Rasmussen expressed caution about meeting with the European Union colleagues in Brussels. These diplomatic discussions come after months of tension between Denmark and the US over President Donald Trump's repeated demands to take over Greenland. Despite the standoff, Rasmussen says he's slightly more hopeful than a week ago.
I just want to confirm what State Secretary Rubio said yesterday, that we have had the very first meeting at senior official level in Washington yesterday regarding the Greenlandic issue. It went well in a very constructive atmosphere and tone, and new meetings are planned. It's not that things are solved, but it's good because now we are back to what we agreed in Washington exactly 2 weeks and a day ago. After that, there was a major detour. Things were escalating, but now we are back on track. And as I have stated on many occasions, we, of course, share the U.S. security concerns regarding the Atlantic. This is something we want to solve in close cooperation in NATO, but also in a trilateral dialogue between Denmark, Greenland, the Kingdom of Denmark, and U.S. So it's not that we can conclude anything, but I'm slightly more optimistic today than a week ago.
And moving ahead to some technology news, Tesla is planning more than double of its capital spending, over $20 billion in 2026, focusing less on traditional electric vehicles and more on ambitious ventures like fully autonomous cars and humanoid robots. CEO Elon Musk announced the end of Model X and S production at the California factory, repurposing the space for humanoid robot production. More spending will go towards Cybercam autonomous vehicles, Tesla semi-trucks, Optimus robots, and battery and lithium plants. Despite staying relying on human-driven EV sales, Tesla's valuation rivals major tech companies, driven by investor confidence in Musk's AI-driven ambitions. Analysts describe the record spending as necessary for training AI and building production capacity. With over $44 billion in cash and investments, Tesla may fund growth through debt if needed. Musk framed the investments as essential rather than optional, emphasizing the difficulty of producing advanced technology like batteries and robots. And that's all we have time for. Keep watching NewsX World for more news updates from around the world.
In the midst of this, life persists. In the midst of untruth, truth persists.
What we can do as the Interparliamentary Union to strengthen democracy, to promote human rights, to ensure that humanitarian law is respected.
UN Security Council needs a makeover, a comprehensive reform, and India deserves a position there, a role there.
Prime Minister Modi during Operation Sindoor made it amply clear that war has never been India's choice. We are with the side of peace. We are neither neutral nor indifferent. We are with peace.
We would have dealt with US a whole lot on trade and those kinds of things, and that's not as certain these days. So we have to go back and look at our European partners, our Asian partners.
An opportunity to exchange, to have a dialogue, to have a debate on a different perspective on finding the solution of the conflict.
First thing that is important to have a common ground, and that we do have with humanitarian laws and human rights, but also to say, okay, what does it mean for us as a country to act on these laws, and how can we work together?
When we realize that there's something wrong with democracy, the institutions and policies, values come together and we take stock, and it's possible then to improve and chart a new course for democracy.
It's the people's right to self-determination, and if they want to be independent, they should be independent. We will not start a war against Greenland.
In the midst of death, life persists. In the midst of untruth, truth persists.
What we can do as the Interparliamentary Union to strengthen democracy, to promote human rights, to ensure that humanitarian law is respected.
UN Security Council needs a makeover, a comprehensive reform, and India deserves a position there, a role there.
Prime Minister Modi during Operation Sindoor made it amply clear that war has never been India's choice. We are with the side of peace. We are neither neutral nor indifferent. We are with peace.
We would have dealt with US a whole lot on trade and those kinds of things, and that's not as certain these days. So we have to go back and look at our European partners, our Asian partners.
An opportunity to exchange, to have a dialogue, to have a debate on a different perspective on finding the solution of the conflict.
First thing that is important to have a common ground, and that we do have with humanitarian laws and human rights, but also to say, okay, what does it mean for us as a country to act on these laws, and how can we work together?
When we realize that there's something wrong with democracy, the institutions and policies, values come together and we take stock, and it's possible then to improve and chart a new course for democracy.
It's the people's right to self-determination, and if they want to be independent, they should be independent. We will not start a war against Greenland.
in the midst of this, life persists. In the midst of untruth, truth persists.
What we can do as the Interparliamentary Union to strengthen democracy, to promote human rights, to ensure that humanitarian law is respected.
UN Security Council needs a makeover, a comprehensive reforms, and India deserves a position there, a role there.
Prime Minister Modi during Operation Sindoor made it amply clear that war has never been India's choice. We are with the side of peace. We are neither neutral nor indifferent. We are with peace.
We would have dealt with the U.S. a whole lot on trade and those kinds of things, and that's not as certain these days. So we have to go back and look at our European partners, our Asian partners.
An opportunity to exchange, to have a dialogue, to have a debate on a different perspective on finding the solution of the conflict.
First thing that is important to have a common ground, and that we do have with humanitarian laws and human rights, but also to say, okay, what does it mean for us as a country to act on these laws, and how can we work together?
Welcome back to NewsX World. I'm Asuma Katauka and you're watching Future X, where we bring you the latest innovations and trends shaping the future of the world. We're driving deep into the world of gaming, a sector that's not only growing but evolving rapidly. In India, the gaming industry is booming and the future is exciting, with innovative companies like Creo taking center stage. With a made-in-India gaming console, Creo is pushing the boundaries of the country's gaming ecosystem. The rise of mobile gaming in India is undeniable, but can PC gaming be the true long-term winner in the Indian market? To discuss this evolution in the Indian gaming landscape, we're joined by Mr. Ishan School. He's the CEO of Creo, a company that's revolutionizing the made-in-India gaming consoles. Mr. Ishan has been at the forefront of this transformation, embracing the challenge to make gaming accessible, exciting, and innovative for Indian consumers. Thank you very much for joining us, Mr. Ishan School. Now, my first question to you, Mr. Ishan, is India's gaming market is growing fast, but most of that growth is on mobile. Everyone talks about mobile gaming in India, but is PC gaming actually the real long-term money market?
So, mobile gaming is definitely something which is very affordable and people can get into super quickly in India because of smartphone access, etc., etc. I mean, you have titles like BGMI, Free Fire, which have lots of players. But from a money making point of view, I mean, where like people actually do create a living out of, and at the same time, there's a lot more on a global scale. It's definitely on the PC side. Mobile obviously has a lot more growth, and you have people in India who have made a lucrative career out of just mobile gaming as well. But PC at least is something where there are a lot more opportunities or at a global level, and you have titles which put in a lot more money into prize pools, which make the entire thing a lot more illustrious. So, I mean, from your Valorants to Counter Strike to all the other PC titles, which are much larger, obviously do bring in a lot larger prize pools in the world. I mean, Fortnite is still something which continuously brings in very large prize pools across the world, especially in the US, of course. But even in large esports tournaments, such as I think there was one recently in Saudi as well, you did have a lot of mobile titles, but PC obviously brings in a lot larger prize pools. And I think in India, obviously, there's a constraint because systems are more expensive than, say, a mobile you can just buy and start playing very quickly. But the good thing is, a lot of the systems in India are getting cheaper. Gaming laptops have reduced in prices, and in general, PCs are also getting slightly cheaper over time. And that's what at least helping people get into this much quicker. I mean, if you compare this versus a long time back, it's much easier to start gaming from the get-go. So we do see like PC gaming still increase, but yeah, it's gonna be gradual. It's not gonna be like sudden.
Now, Mr. Sukul, the government promotes Make in India, but critics say true manufacturing is limited. Is Make in India for electronics real or mostly assembly with foreign parts?
Yeah, so assembly with foreign parts is also not a bad thing. It starts with something, and I think like the something being assembly itself is a pretty large thing to start off with. Even components which we're talking about are not manufactured in India. So I think it's a gradual step. The government supporting any sort of assembly projects also, I think that creates employment. From that you generate enough revenue, you generate enough money to start plants for even the smaller components. So it's a gradual process, and I think it's great that at least we're getting to start assembly processes at a much larger scale. I think you have to start somewhere, and for us, it's important that we kick it off in the first place. So assembly is actually not a bad thing at all.
Thank you for highlighting that. And now, high taxes and import duties in India affect the price of gaming hardware. So do India's import duties make gaming hardware unnecessarily expensive for consumers?
So the thing is, a lot of the gaming hardware duties are actually low. The larger categories like monitors, etc., do have that sort of hardware, does have some duty and has BIS concerns. In those instances, what has happened is the cost of raw material for a lot of these things have actually not increased fully. They have in some cases, but at the same time, the costs have not yet translated to selling prices of a lot of the products. So even though we do see an increase in a lot of costs, the only thing that's happened is gross margins of a lot of companies have dipped, including ours.
Now, several Asian countries have become major electronics manufacturing hubs. So what would it take for India to become a serious electronics manufacturing hub like Vietnam or China?
So I think it's a very gradual process. It starts from at least support from the government, external funding, and talent as well that is willing to put a lot at risk to do it. China got lots of different kickbacks, export credits, etc. Lots of different things which allowed like businesses to set up manufacturing units quite quickly. In our case, obviously, there needs to be a lot more support at a very young stage versus only, say, large PLI schemes given to only large players like Foxconn, etc., and Dixon. But starting at a smaller scale and moving from there. And at the same time, I think skilled labor is something that we should probably put our time more into. So at the end of the day, like manufacturing units are a function of like skill, machinery, and capital efficiency to ensure that you're getting things going. So I think these three are important, and after that, knowing that you have enough volumes to produce things. So as you can see, I think phones are something which have reached that stage right now. You have large companies like Apple also making it here. So like this, we need to have enough volume, enough clients that do things, and only then we can probably think of purchasing machinery and start making components, etc. as well over here.
Now, bringing esports into our conversation, esports is gaining popularity, but its financial sustainability is debated. Is esports in India hype-driven or revenue-driven?
No, it's not hype-driven. The thing is, esports gets a lot of views. So your smaller mobile titles get a lot of people to view do it at that time. I mean, BGMI and Free Fire still get a lot of views. So the brands that are fueling these titles are actually, I mean, it would be meaningful for them. So although it's a massy audience, it does bring in revenue for those folks. I mean, Nordwin is one large player. Nazara is a large player. Nordwin organizes a lot of these tournaments quite often, and there are multiple 100 crores company which does this domestically itself. So apart from this, we also have like a lot of esports teams which are doing upwards of 30, 50, 60 crores. I mean, famous teams such as SATUL, Revenant, etc. do have a lot of limelight and are able to get a lot of brands to actually fund their operations to a large extent. It's actually a mixed bag. So it goes from esports to even lifestyle influencers, which also fuel it really well, because these are like well-renowned celebrities in that young user segment.
Now, more youth in India are looking at gaming as a possible profession. So 5 years from now, is gaming in India a career path? What do you think? What do you say?
So any really high alpha careers are obviously a gamble. This is one of those, but it's got a high upside and it's already working out for a lot of people. I mean, we know like of esports athletes who do earn upwards of 4-5 lakh a month, and they're very, very young. So it's clearly begun, and I think in the next 5 years it's just going to get more, because this replaces some other form of entertainment for a person watching something, which would mean something like Netflix, OTTs, etc. going down even further, and forms of entertainment shifting more towards gaming, streaming, etc. So yeah, I think it's going to grow even more.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ishan School, for joining us today and sharing that insight. And with that, it's a wrap on this edition of Future X. For more stories on the science and innovations shaping tomorrow, stay with us here on NewsX World.
In the midst of this, life persists. In the midst of untruth, truth persists.
Hello and welcome back to NewsX World. I'm Suma Katauka and you're watching Future X, where we get you a briefing on futuristic innovations and trends from across the world. The intersection of traditional craft, emerging technologies, and social justice is redefining contemporary design practice. Post-digital craft challenges the divide between handmade and digitally produced objects, encouraging a fusion of tactile, artisanal methods with computational tools. This convergence raises questions about what is gained or lost when craftsmanship meets technology, particularly in the context of collaborating with indigenous artisans as technical partners. To discuss all this, let's welcome out our guest, Ms. Chail Khalsa. Hi, thank you for joining.
Thank you for calling me.
Thank you. Now let me introduce you to our guests, our viewers, with a master's degree from Lucerne University.
Yeah, it's actually Lucerne University.
Lucerne,
yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Okay. of Applied Sciences and Arts, Chail is deeply engaged in the intersection of craft and technology, particularly in the realm of e-textiles. Her research focuses on digitally integrating craft communities and developing innovative methods for producing textiles technology products. Today she discusses the dynamic intersection of craft and technology, focusing on concepts like post-digital craft and the fusion of handcraft methods with computational making. Now, digging into our discussion, my first question to you is, what does post-digital craft mean to you, and why is this framework so important for contemporary design practice?
So craft as a practice has always evolved and responded to the environments around it. It has never really been, static. It has always been dynamic. Traditional craft, if you look at it as a whole, has always been about the art of making, but always responding to the needs and the environments that it was situated in. It was always a very contextual practice. Now that we move forward into a very, highly digital era, it almost seems like there's a bit of a disconnect from what we spent about hundreds of years developing as a skill, as a practice, to what we're sort of engaging ourselves with around. And in this sense, post-digital craft becomes very important. It's basically how craft evolves as a skill, but to respond to very nouveau digital arguments and nouveau digital use cases. How does that skill sort of reinstate and recontextualize itself in the needs and the context and the spaces of today is kind of what it really means.
Great. Very interesting, and thank you for sharing that.
Yeah.
Now, moving to second question, your work talks about when handcraft meets computational making. So,
yeah.
Yes. So what gets lost, if anything, and what is gained in that encounter?
I think if we're not very careful, we may end up losing this sort of the slowness and the small imperfections of working with the hand if you end up, bringing a huge proportion of digital technologies into the mix. So it's very important to draw a very fine balance between where does the handicraft come in and where does the technology support it. Having said that, if this mix is actually done well, if you tread the line carefully, you should be able to create pieces that respond to a very global population, number one. Number two, actually have the ability to react, to evolve, and to become a part of these very fast moving spaces, and not really and also bring a very human touch, a very sort of soft human touch to what we see and understand as technology today. So it's kind of a bit of a balancing act that we have to pull. There are chances where the digital tools act as a threat, but if actually done well, and if there is a lot of mutual respect between these two spaces, they can actually work very well with each other and create sort of a whole new domain of how we perceive craft and tech at the same time.
Thank you for highlighting that. And what were some of the biggest challenges in collaborating with traditional indigenous artisans as technical collaborators rather than just contributors? Like you mentioned that these things complement each other, but the balance is key.
I think one of the biggest challenges was to navigate through very deeply ingrained hierarchies. In the Indian context, we've seen that the play between a designer and an artisan has always sort of come with a sense of hierarchy where the designer sort of sits atop, the artisan, and the artisan is a mere maker or a deliverer or a, let's say, the hand skill to what the designer sort of thinks about. This, was particularly highlighted to me during my field visits, because when I would try to sort of take their opinion on, some idea I had, or let's say a color combination I wanted to try, it was always, met back with, I wouldn't know this, you're the designer, you're supposed to tell me. So while the artisans actually started off by being the custodians of their craft. They started off by being a designer in their own right, an artist and a designer in their own right, because at that time in the past, when these practices were really responding to communities and sort of filling up needs of their environments, their contextual, sort of rural environments, these things were these artisans had their own agency in deciding things like patterns and colors and the spacing, etc. They were given the complete decision making and the agency to do all of this. The moment this sort of lockstep dance of design and craft started to come in, we sort of probably unknowingly we developed these hierarchies wherein the designer was very closely guiding the output of the craft, and this sort of started to become very deeply ingrained in the artisan psyche. And for me, the biggest challenge was to somehow navigate this and bring back the confidence of the artisans in their own decision making, in sort of not just giving them a platform to argue, critique and question my ideas, but to also have the confidence to actually take a stand and sort of show some sort of decision making and agency in what we were trying to do. Because the moment you talk about bringing bringing technology into the mix, you're really moving away from what they hold, very dear to their hearts. It is very important that they are respected and, treated as collaborators, because eventually, let's face it, they are the custodians of this craft. That, their forefathers, grandfathers have actually.
I don't like reading speeches, never have, but my chief of staff did put some stuff down here in writing just to make sure I don't miss anything. So I'm going to be reading a little bit, and then we're going to open up for questions. I've been on the ground less than 3 full days. I got in here Monday. President of the United States called me Monday morning and asked me to deploy here. Got here Monday evening, and I'm staying till the problem's gone. But we've made a lot of progress in the last 3 days. Marcos Charles, he's running ICE operations here. There you go. Rodney Scott, Commissioner of Customs and Border Protection, standing here beside me. Good morning, I'm Tom Homan, Border Czar for President Trump. I'm here on behalf of the President, along with U.S. Commissioner of U.S. Customs and Border Protection, Rodney Scott, and Marcos Charles, who's leading the enforcement effort here right now. I've been on the ground since Monday to regain law and order in the city beloved by many, and work together to remove threats from the community. During the past administration, we'll all remember, more than 10 million illegal aliens entered this nation. Many were national security threats, public safety threats. We can't remember over 2 million known gotaways. 2 million people who paid more to get away. Why? That should scare the hell out of everybody. President Trump promised American people, including the residents of Minnesota, that he would work to ensure our communities are safe. And with that, this administration is absolutely focused on identifying removal aliens that pose a public safety threat and national security threats. And the numbers prove it. The data proves it. In the past few days, I've met with Governor Walz, Attorney General Ellison, Mayor Fry, numerous police chiefs and sheriffs, and I have more to meet. I'll also be continuing the dialogue with business and religious leaders in partnership with Minnesota, your community leaders. I'll be meeting with them too, because I want to hear what they have to say. In my meetings with folks so far, and most importantly, the governor and the AG, the Mayor Fry, we didn't agree on everything. I didn't expect to agree on anything. I've heard many people want to know why we're talking to people who they don't consider friends in administration. Bottom line is you can't fix problems if you don't have discussions. I didn't come to Minnesota for photo ops or headlines. You haven't seen me. I came here to seek solutions, and that's what we're going to do. And we've come a long way, and we got some good wins for the people of Minnesota, I think, and for the administration and for the safety security of this city. One thing we did agree on, though, everybody I talked to agreed on, was that community safety is paramount. One thing we all agreed on was U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement is a legitimate law enforcement agency that has a duty to enforce the laws enacted by Congress and keep this community safe. Like I've said many times for the last several years, even before this administration, jurisdictions that refuse to cooperate with federal immigration authorities are sanctuaries for criminals. Sanctuary cities are sanctuaries for criminals, and endangers the residents of the community. To be clear, we did not agree with Minnesota state and local officials that they would be involved in immigration enforcement. I didn't ask them to be immigration officers. I'm asking them to be cops working with the cops to help us take criminal aliens off the street. What we did agree upon is not to release public safety arrests back in the community when they could be lawfully transferred to ICE. I'll speak more about that. I will highlight that the Minnesota State Prison System under the Department of Corrections have been honoring ICE detainers. And we appreciate that important collaboration, and we're going to expand upon that. That decision has made Minnesota safer, not only for residents of Minnesota, but the men and women of law enforcement. Not just ICE, all law enforcement. Rather than arresting the same public safety threat, significant public safety threat over and over again, they agree to work with us to identify those people and remove them. I'm also pleased to announce I had a very good meeting with Attorney General Ellison, and he has clarified for me that county jails may notify ICE of the release dates of criminal public safety risks so ICE can take custody of them upon the release from the jail. And let me tell you why that's important. I know people are a lot concerned about the manpower has been set in law enforcement manpower. Look, I've said this many times before. I've said it for the last several years. Give us access to the illegal alien public safety threat and the safety and security of a jail. It's common sense. It's safer for the community, it's safer for the agent, and it's safer for the alien. Because anything can happen on a street arrest. It just makes common sense. And for the people that argue, well, we're a welcoming community because we want victims and witnesses of crime that are here illegally to feel safe to come to police without fear they're working with ICE, we're not going to talk to the victim and witness of crime. There's no problem there. They should feel safe to come to the police and ask for help. All we want is to talk to the person that local and state law enforcement authorities locked in a jail cell. They chose to lock this person up. That's who we want to talk to, the public safety threat. So the argument is that protects victim witnesses of crime. It's a bunch of crap. Victims and witnesses of crime don't want the bad guy back in their neighborhood either. So great progress with the Attorney General and local sheriffs. And one thing, when we have these agreements, it takes less law enforcement agents to do the job. One agent can arrest one bad guy in the safety and security of a jail where he's behind the wire, we know we don't have weapons. But when you normally release that public safety threat, illegal alien back in the community, we have a job to do. We're going to arrest him. So we're going to find him. And what happens is now we got to arrest somebody on his turf. We have access to who knows what weapons. Now we got to send the whole team out. cover the back door, cover the front door, officer safety reasons. Then because of the hateful rhetoric and the attacks on ICE officers, now we got to send a security team behind the arrest team. So what could have been done with one person in a safety and security jail, now we got 15, 16 people out there doing it. I know that causes stress in the community. So if we get these agreements in place, that means less agents on the street. More agents in the jail means less agents in the street. This is common sense cooperation that allows us to draw down on the number of people we have here. Yes, I said it. Draw down the number of people here. Because we have the efficiency and safety of the jails and the prison. Matter of fact, I have staff from CBP and from ICE working on a draw-down plan. What does that look like based on the cooperation? What does that look like based on how many targets we have left to find? In my meetings with Governor Walz, A.G. Ellison, and Mayor Fry, as well as state and local law enforcement, again, I appreciate they all acknowledge that we do have federal immigration laws in this country that have been passed by Congress, and that ICE is in fact a legitimate law enforcement agency charged with enforcing those laws. We're not making this up, folks. ICE is enforcing laws enacted by Congress. They're a federal statute. That said, I'm not here because the federal government has carried its mission out perfectly. First thing I said to senior staff when I walked in here is what I told you earlier. I didn't come here looking for photo ops or headlines. I come here looking for solutions. I do not want to hear that everything that's been done here has been perfect. Nothing's ever perfect. Anything can be improved on. And what we've been working on is making this operation safer, more efficient, by the book. The mission is going to improve because of the changes we're making internally. No agency or organization is perfect. President Trump and I, along with others in the administration, have recognized that certain improvements could and should be made. That's exactly what I'm doing here. As such, in meetings I've had with federal law enforcement managers, including ICE and CBP and other federal partners, as well as state and local officials, I have conveyed the President's expectations with regard to federal immigration enforcement efforts. We will conduct targeted enforcement operations. Targeted. What we've done for decades. When we hit the streets, we know exactly who we're looking for. Good idea where we may find them. You have a criminal history. You have their immigration history. A lot of information about this person that we get from numerous databases out there. Targeted, strategic enforcement operations. That's traditionally been the case, and that's where we're going. That's what we're going to continue to do and improve upon that. With a prioritization on public safety threats. I want to be clear. I don't read a lot of social media. I don't read a lot of media. I don't believe half what I see. We are not surrendering the President's mission on immigration enforcement. Let's make that clear. Prioritization of criminal aliens doesn't mean that we forget about everybody else. That's just simply ridiculous. But when you have a criminal standing here and a non-criminal standing there, that criminal always should be targeted first because he's a significant concern to the safety and security of the community. By at large, for decades, ICE and CBP have carried out their duties with integrity, professionalism, and compassion. That remains the expectation of President Trump, and I will, hold our agents and officers to that standard. I'm almost done, and Tom can be Tom. As far as the agitators, that said, I want to reiterate and make very clear I want to make it clear, ICE and CBP officers are performing their duties in a challenging environment under tremendous circumstances, but they're trying to do it with professionalism. If they don't, they'll be dealt with. Like any other federal agency, we have standards of conduct. They are sworn law enforcement officers working tirelessly to enforce our country's border security, immigration laws, protecting the interests of our country and preventing dangerous people from walking the streets of this nation when they're not supposed to be here to begin with. Men and women of ICE, I was a Border Patrol agent. I was an ICE agent. I was the first ICE director that came up through the ranks. I spent over 40 years doing this. These men and women that carry that badge and gun are American patriots. They put themselves on the line for this nation every day. But I want you to remember, they don't hang their badge, they don't hang their heart on a hook every day they come to work. They're mothers and fathers too. They're sons and daughters too. And if they've seen a fraction of the tragedies I've seen in my career, they take a lot of damage home to every day. The things they've seen, especially on the border with Border Patrol agents. People drowning in the river, women being raped by criminal cartels, giving CPR to a baby that was thrown in the river by the cartels because Border Patrol came too close. So let's throw the baby in the river. That way the Border Patrol was concentrating on that so I can get away. These men and women see some terrible things. But I want you to remember, they're mothers and fathers too. Many of them are members of this community. God bless every one of them. The hostile rhetoric and dangerous threats and hate must stop. And we all agreed to that. All everybody met here today, we got to stop the rhetoric, the hateful rhetoric that has caused an increase in assaults. That has caused, because of that, having to send security teams out with arrest teams, which surge the city with additional resources because of the rhetoric, because of the threats, because of the assaults. Again, with the agreements we've achieved in following through the agreements, with the rhetoric dropping down, that allows us to pull more agents out once we feel the environment safer. I begged for the last 2 months on TV for the rhetoric to stop. I said in March if the rhetoric didn't stop, there's going to be bloodshed. And there has been. I wish I wasn't right. I don't want to see anybody die. Not officers, not members of the community, and not the targets of our operations.
Now we just heard from Mr. Tom Homan, the U.S. border CSAR, speaking from the city of Minneapolis. And for this, we are now joined by Mr. Andrew Latham. He's an international affairs expert, joins us live from Minneapolis. Thank you very much, Mr. Latham, for joining us again. Good to see you. Now, as you know, Mr. Homan was saying that in 3 days he has already seen improvement. What do you think was he suggesting to, and what can we expect from this new U.S. border person taking place?
Well, there has been a shift, and it's been the result of a shift in the balance of power within the Trump administration. Kristi Noem favored very much an indiscriminate, very high-profile sweep and capture form of policing and immigration enforcement. And Tom Homan has had a much more discriminate focus. He wants to go after people with criminal records and not just do the sweeps in neighborhoods. And his vision has prevailed ultimately, I think largely because President Trump understands that his approval ratings around this set of issues are tanking. He's not doing very well in public opinion, and that's caused him to tap Homan to implement his strategy as opposed to Noem and her obviously failed strategy. So we're likely to see lower profile policing, less high risk policing. The rhetoric on both sides maybe will ramp down a little bit, but the enforcement effort overall won't end. It will just look a little less aggressive and a little less, to many of us, offensive.
And what do you think, what changes can we expect in the coming weeks or days?
Well, as I kind of indicated there'll be more cooperation between federal and state and local law enforcement agencies. The targets will not be children in elementary schools and people going to work. It'll be focused on people who have who are undocumented but also have criminal records, perhaps that are being held in local city, county jails, etc. So it's likely to be less high profile and therefore and more targeted at the kind of population that President Trump has always said he's been interested in going after. But that's not how it has translated in practice over the last month or so. So more targeted, lower profile, more discriminate, more cooperation between federal and local and state officials, and with any luck, a real meaningful decrease in the political temperature around this issue.
Thank you for highlighting that. And also, I'll be paraphrasing, but Mr. Homan did indicate that he emphasized that solutions need discussions with people you disagree with. So do you think that he was suggesting to him discussing all these issues with Minnesota's government, who might be from different, government parties?
Yeah, well, there's already been a movement. The president reached out to the governor of the state, Governor Walz, and the mayor of Minneapolis as well, and there have been positive and reconciliatory signals sent in both directions. So I think already we're seeing a dialing back of the level of rhetoric between the 2 or 3 levels of government, the federal government, the state government, and the city government. So that suggests that that will have a trickle-down effect. There'll be more collaboration and cooperation amongst law enforcement agencies at all 3 levels as well. And if that translates into a lower level of rhetoric in the public sphere, then I think this issue will not go away, because many people simply oppose the enforcement, whatever form it takes. But this more high-profile and offensive kind of enforcement, that's likely to recede into the background, shall we say.
And how is atmosphere like in Minnesota now? Are people a little, relaxed, or are they happy with this change?
My sense is that a lot of people are in wait-and-see mode. Actions always speak louder than words. There have been a lot of words spoken, and I think people are waiting to see if there's follow-through on the ground, if in fact the collaboration amongst the various law enforcement agencies actually materializes, if there's a lot less of this sweep and detain kind of approach and a more targeted approach. If that actually happens, then I think the temperature will be reduced. If this is all talk and nothing changes in the streets, then I think the resistance to this immigration enforcement strategy is not likely to abate at all.
Right. Are there any more protests taking place, or now that we know protests did spread even to other states and also to other countries, what's that now?
Well, there has been talk of some action tomorrow. There was last Friday, and then tomorrow. I'm not sure it has the same traction politically as last Friday's. I think this issue is not going away, but it's perhaps not on the front page, the sort of headlines as it was over the last couple of weeks. But again, I think people are in wait-and-see mode, and if the feds don't deliver on this, it is going to be front page and headline news again next week.
Thank you very much. With that, I would like to thank Mr. Andrew Latham for joining us today and sharing that insight from Minneapolis. Now we move on to Russia. Russian President Vladimir Putin has met with UAE President Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan to discuss the ongoing tensions in Iran. President Putin has emphasized that Russia is closely monitoring the situation in Iran, and it hopes to engage in talks with the UAE to address these growing concerns. Kremlin spokesperson Dmitry Peskov has added that the possibility for talks between the US and Iran has not been exhausted, while also warning that military action could lead to chaos in the region. Meanwhile, President Mohammed bin Zayed has expressed the UAE's desire to strengthen its ties with Russia. The UAE, which has not joined any Western sanctions against Moscow, continues to advocate for a peaceful resolution to the Ukraine's conflict. More notably, the UAE remains neutral on this issue. Additionally, President Putin has thanked the UAE for its efforts in securing the release of prisoners of war from Ukraine. This diplomatic exchange comes as senior Israeli and Saudi officials meet in Washington to discuss the potential for U.S. military strikes in Iran. Now for this, we welcome Ms. Nilofer Ara. She is an Iranian women and LGBTQ plus rights activist, joins us live from Turkey. Thank you very much, Ms. Ara, for joining us. Good to see you. Now, thank you. Now, looking at this, how is this situation escalating? Even though U.S. has also said that we are open to diplomatic talks, are they actually? What do you think? And also the fact that Iran has now asked, Iran has talked to UAE, also Saudi Arabia. What's the situation like in your analysis?
I mean, as far as I know, and as far as my opinion goes on this, it sounds to me like that when a country like Iran in the Middle East happens in this kind of situations and they get really unstable, maybe the countries around, they start to talk to each other and have conversations about their situations, and maybe this is all a strategy because like Russia or UAE don't want to be all alone with the things that are going right now in Iran, the revolution, because as far as we know, everything is getting more unstable every day and every day and every day. So this is just a strategy, and I don't think that's an important issue to talk. I think that they are just talk about their own beneficial matters, not about Iran or not about anything peaceful in here. Because if they wanted to help the people of Iran, they would have done it earlier. So I just don't see anything relevant to the people of Iran or to Iran. They are just protecting their own beneficial matters between themselves, and this is just a strategy that the countries use when this kind of things happens, especially in the Middle East.
Right. Can you tell us what's the situation like in Iran, if you have any updates from there?
Yes, actually my friends are telling me that the numbers that they are saying on the media is not correct. They say that they have been killed over 50,000 people, and they have blinded over 10,000 people, and they are not willing to give the women's bodies to their families, especially women's body. Because Iran has this popular thing in their regime that they might have raped these women before killing them. So they are not willing to give their bodies to their families, and if they want their bodies, they should pay them off, and something like this. And it is not going well. Everyone is frightened. Everyone do not have any mental stability anymore. Everyone are like, okay, we are begging Israel or Netanyahu or Trump to attack Iran, so we could get rid of Khamenei, so we can get rid of the Islamic regime, because they are truly terrorists, and we really don't want them there.
Well, thank you for sharing that such important information with us, Ms. Nilofer. Please stay with us as we stay on this topic now. Now, staying in Iran, Iran's army has added 1,000 new drones to its combat regiments as tensions rise with the United States. The move comes as Iran's army chief Amir Hatami vowed a crushing response to any potential attack. Hatami has emphasized that enhancing Iran's strategic capabilities for rapid combat remains a top priority. The U.S. recently moved a naval strike force into the region, heightening concerns. In response, Iran says it is ready to defend itself if necessary. Meanwhile, Turkey is stepping up its diplomatic efforts, with Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi scheduled to visit Ankara. Turkey has offered to mediate between Tehran and Washington to ease tensions, while also considering extra security measures along its border with Iran in case the conflict escalates. Now we welcome back Ms. Nilofer Ara. She's joining us from Turkey. Now, as you were skeptical about other countries trying to mediate or offering to mediate between Iran and US. What's your take on Turkey's role? And also, how do you analyze the capacity of Iranian government if there were to be attacks? Do you think they are capable to fight back?
Okay, I will answer your second question first.
Okay, thank you.
Yes. Iranian regime, especially Iraqi or the military, has this habit of lying and giving you a propaganda about their military capabilities because they are like this. They have been like this for 47 years. They just want to brag about it and they just want to show themselves bigger than they are. They just want to exaggerate everything. And when anyone wants to talk to them, they just threaten them. So this is just a threatening game. I mean, if you ask me, I think they are just manipulative again, and they are not capable of doing such a thing, and they are not going to do such a thing.
Right.
But the answer to your first question, I mean, like I'm in Turkey right now. I don't know too much about the politicians in Turkey, but I hope they can help our country because currently the most thing that matters to me is my people, and I hope they can help my people because they're all my families over there.
Right. We hope that they are staying safe, but thank you very much for joining us, Ms. Ara, and sharing that insight with us on NewsX World. Now we move to Asia. China has agreed to relax its visa rules for British citizens during a visit by Prime Minister Keir Starmer to Beijing. Starting today, British nationals will be able to travel to China without a visa for stays of up to 30 days. Starmer has hailed this move as a win for British businesses, saying it will make it easier for them to expand in the Chinese market, which is expected to boost jobs back home. This announcement is part of a broader partnership deal between the UK and China aimed at growing economic ties. The two countries also agreed to launch a feasibility study, which could lead to a bilateral services agreement. This deal would focus on sectors such as healthcare, finance, legal services, and education. Now for this discussion, we welcome Mr. Andrew K.P. Long. He's a China strategist, joins us live from Hong Kong. Thank you very much, Mr. Long, for joining us. Good to see you. Now looking at this, how significant is this change in the visa policy, and how will China and the UK both benefit from this?
Of course, this is the UK government's attempt to recalibrate relationship with China after the frozen, mutually suspicious, hostile period. This is caused by, of course, by the broken relationship between the United Kingdom's largest partner and strongest partner, the United States, because the President Trump's attitude towards allies is problematic, to say the least, imposing tariffs and also belittling the various allies, including the United Kingdom. And hence, like many other European countries, including and also Canada, they're all recalibrating the relationship with China and indeed other countries in the Global South. For example, in the European Union has just recently signed a mother of all free trade agreement with India. But then the United Kingdom is now holding the olive branch after such a long period of cold relationship. And the easing of visas is, of course, a very important part of the dynamic because a lot of the mistrust is caused by great misunderstanding what China is all about. A lot of the suspicion is caused by the kind of rhetoric that somehow China is an evil empire, and then a great deal of suppression of the people and so on. So China in recent year, throughout the last year, has opened up the country and giving visa-free access to as many as 77 countries worldwide, including many European countries, except the United Kingdom until now. So this easing of visa requirements is China's tactic to enable the British people to see for themselves what sort of country China is all about. I mean, there are lots of investment opportunities and lots of attractions that can broker a more positive relationship between the two nations.
Thank you very much, Mr. Long, for sharing that. Please stay with us as we come back to you for our next discussion as well. Now, moving on to Thailand, Thailand's foreign minister has said that Myanmar's junta-run election does not meet the expectations of many Southeast Asian neighbors. But he hopes the polls could still lead to positive changes. Myanmar's pro-military party declared victory in Monday's election, which rights groups have widely labeled as a sham. The polls come amidst continued international pressure on Myanmar's military government. Let's listen in.
We have to recognize the reality that they've had election. And of course, for many of us, it doesn't meet our expectation. But at the same time, if we look at, towards the past, when they had this transition to democracy, it was an imperfect election organized by another general, General Thein Sein. So, we are hoping that this election could lead to more positive changes. It could.
Now we welcome back Mr. Andrew KP Long. He's joining us live from Hong Kong. Now, where exactly does Thailand stay? What do you think? As Thailand's foreign minister has said, this election did not meet the expectations, but then he wishes them that it could lead to a positive change.
Well, let's face it, both Thailand and Myanmar have elections, but the reality remains that the military in both countries really have a dominant position amongst the electorate. And both countries have been ruled by the military camp for a long, long time. And some people say that it's a khaki, Khali, meaning military uniform, khaki capitalism, which characterizes the politics of both countries. And of course, both countries share a very wide border, 2,400 kilometers, and border security is a major issue for both countries because there are lots of militias operating in the border, particularly posing a threat to the security in Thailand. Also, as far as Thailand is concerned, there has in recent years been an influx of refugees from Myanmar. For example, the Rohingya kind of minorities. So this kind of the flood of refugees is a serious problem for Thailand. So the hope is that with the elections, the situation could be kept more under control. Last but not least, Thailand, of course, depends on Myanmar for the supply of natural gas, as well as supply of the migrant laborers. As many as 3.5 million Myanmar migrant laborers are working on Thailand. So I think the flow of the labor force is also important for Thailand's economy. And then, of course, in recent months, a lot of scam operations are operating on the Myanmar and recently been cracked down. Thousands of people have been arrested, and most of them are connected with some gangs in in China. They've been repatriated for persecution and sentencing in China. So it affects the Thailand-Myanmar border. In fact, Thailand's tourism has been impacted by this scandal. Last of all, of course, both Thailand and Myanmar are key members of the ASEAN nations. So the stability and relationship between these two key countries are important to the ASEAN Association for peace and stability in the region.
Yes, indeed. Thank you for highlighting that, Mr. Long, and sharing that with us on NewsX World. That's all we have time for. Keep watching NewsX World for more news updates from around the world.
In the midst of this, life persists. In the midst of untruth, truth persists.
What we can do as the Interparliamentary Union to strengthen democracy, to promote human rights, to ensure that humanitarian law is respected.
UN Security Council needs a makeover, a comprehensive reform, and India deserves a position there, a role there.
Prime Minister Modi during Operation Sindoor made it amply clear that war has never been India's choice. We are with the side of peace. We are neither neutral nor indifferent. We are with peace.
We would have dealt with the U.S. a whole lot on trade and those kinds of things, and that's not as certain these days. So we have to go back and look at our European partners, our Asian partners.
An opportunity to exchange, to have a dialogue, to have a debate on a different perspective on finding the solution of the conflict.
First thing that is important to have a common ground, and that we do have with humanitarian laws and human rights, but also to say, okay, what does it mean for us as a country to act on these laws and how can we work together?
When we realize that there's something wrong with democracy, the institutions and policies, values come together and we take stock, and it's possible then to improve and chart a new course for democracy.
It's the people's right to self-determination. And if they want to be independent, they should be independent. We will not start a war against Greenland.
In the midst of this, life persists.
China executes the notorious Ming family. A message sent to international scammers. Scam centers continue to thrive globally. International cooperation ramps up to stop them. A global battle against cybercrime unfolds. Hello, I'm Kriti Mehta and you're watching The World Report. In fact, another episode of Explained with me. Let's start with now our focus on a major development in the fight against transnational crime. China has executed 11 individuals linked to a notorious criminal syndicate that ran scam operations along its border with Myanmar. This latest move has put the spotlight on online fraud and organized crime, which have also reportedly grown rapidly in Southeast Asia in recent years. Now, China has executed 11 members of the Ming family, which is a mafia syndicate that operated scam centers in Myanmar. These individuals had been sentenced in September last year for a range of crimes, including homicide, illegal detention, and fraud. Their criminal empire spanned multiple years, turning the town of Luakang into a hub for casinos and illegal businesses. The family's activities, which caused significant harm to Chinese citizens, were dismantled when ethnic militias in Myanmar took control of Luakang during an armed conflict with the military. The 11 members have been executed this week following a court ruling that deemed the evidence against them is conclusive and sufficient. While these executions serve as a warning, the scam business continues to thrive, particularly in areas like Myanmar's border with Thailand and other regions where China's influence is limited. Moreover, the United Nations estimates that this cybercrime industry is worth a staggering $40 billion annually and that it is showing no signs of slowing down. The Ming family's downfall gives us a glimpse into the power and reach of criminal families in Myanmar. But who exactly are the members of the Ming family? The Ming family, notorious for their role in the scam operations, is just the tip of the iceberg. They are the first of several criminal families linked to these scams to face the death penalty in China. Just months after the Ming family's conviction, the Bai family also saw 5 of its members sentenced to death. And while trials for 2 other criminal groups, the Wei and Liu families, are still ongoing, it's clear that China is committed to dismantling this network. The Ming family's empire, which ran from 2015 to 2023, amounts to over 10 billion yuan or roughly $1.4 billion. They were involved in everything from illegal gambling to online fraud, leading to the deaths of at least 14 Chinese citizens and countless others suffering from their actions. In addition to the 11 executed, many others from the Ming clan have received lengthy prison sentences, some ranging from 5 years to a lifetime. Now, Ming Shuachang, the family patriarch, was at the helm of one of the most scandalous scam centers, called Crouching Tiger Villa in Luokiang. While initially concentrated on gambling and prostitution, the Mings eventually shifted their operations to online fraud. Ming Shuachang took his own life in 2023 as he attempted to escape detention. The family's rise to power in Luokiang dates back to the early 2000s after the ousting of a local warlord. Under their leadership, Luokiang transformed into a fortress of illegal activities with violence and coercion running rampant within the scam centers. These centers were also known for forced trafficking and for carrying out online scams, with abuse and torture being commonplace. Now, the family's criminal operations may have been brought down, but their legacy continues to cast a long shadow over the region, leaving a trail of suffering and exploitation in its wake. Last year, Myanmar's military announced the successful raid of KK Park, another notorious cyber scam compound located near the Thai border. For years, this compound had also been infamous for its involvement in online fraud, human trafficking, and money laundering. The raid took place in October 2025 as Myanmar's military reclaimed key territory it had previously lost to insurgents. KK Park had become one of the largest scam centers in Southeast Asia, which was accused of luring thousands of people with false promises of well-paying jobs. But once these people arrived, they were forced into running elaborate online scams. The appeal for jobs was especially strong amidst China's economic slowdown and high youth unemployment. The October 2025 military operation resulted in the release of over 2,000 trafficked workers, many of whom were taken back to their home countries. They also confiscated 30 Starlink satellite terminals, which were heavily used in conducting scams that targeted victims worldwide. Though Myanmar's military claims to have shut down the operation, experts remain skeptical. Despite the raid, many of these centers remain active in the region, continuing to exploit vulnerable workers and victims. Beijing, which has long pressed Myanmar to address these illicit trade activities, has also been involved in repatriating trafficked Chinese workers from these compounds. However, KK Park was only one of at least 30 scam centers scattered across Myanmar's borderlands. These centers are often protected by militia groups, complicating efforts to dismantle the network completely. Now, in the past, there was a simply a collection of small fraud rings, but over the years, the cyber scam industry has transformed into an industrial scale operation, generating billions of dollars annually. Some experts are now referring to this phenomena as the rise of the scam state. They say that illicit industries like cybercrime have embedded themselves in local economies and political systems in several regions of Southeast Asia. The cyber scam industry in Southeast Asia alone could soon exceed $70 billion in annual gains. These scams typically target victims from all over the world, with fraudsters using sophisticated technologies like AI-driven translations, deepfakes, and mirrored websites to build trust and deceive their targets. According to reports, the Golden Triangle region, which spans Myanmar, Laos, and Thailand, has become a hotbed for scam operations. In Laos, for example, around 400 scam centers are operating within the Golden Triangle economic zone. Meanwhile, Cambodia is home to over 250 scam centers, many of which are publicly visible and operate with impunity. The impunity with which these operations function tell us how deeply the scams industry has become entangled in the region's political and economic structures. Now, as governments struggle to address the issue, high-level connections between criminals and officials are becoming increasingly apparent, further complicating efforts to combat this growing threat. In the early 2000s, a handful of godfather-esque families like the Weiss, Lewis, Mings, and Bias rose to power in Luakang, a once impoverished town on Myanmar's border. They transformed it into a hub for casinos and red light districts, but it was their recent ventures into the scam business that made them infamous. The rise of these scam clans traces back to a power vacuum in Myanmar's Luakang after a military operation led by Army General Min Aung Hlaing ousted the region's former warlord. Bai Suasheng, a key figure in this transition, was given the reins to Luakang, where he consolidated power, leading his family to command a 2,000-strong militia. Other families, including the Weiss, the Lius, secured influence over local infrastructure and security forces. Then by the end of 2025, Chinese authorities had arrested over 57,000 Chinese nationals involved in these cyber scams. Now, while these raids and crackdowns have garnered attention, they still leave many questions unanswered. Let's also look at how Wang Xing, a Chinese actor, became another victim of these scams. In January last year, small-time Chinese actor Wang Xing found himself at the heart of an international rescue operation that captured the public's attention. Wang had been missing for 2 days in Thailand when his girlfriend turned to social media for help. On January 5, she posted an urgent message on Weibo, China's popular social media platform. With no other option, she borrowed the power of the internet to amplify her plea, and within hours, Wang's disappearance became a viral sensation. The Weibo post was shared by major Chinese celebrities, including singer Lei Zhang and actor Qin Lan, which led to Wang's case being pushed to the forefront of national media. On 7th of January 2025, a rescue mission led by Thai and Chinese officials freed Wang from a scam center across the border in Myanmar. Wang was rescued, but many others who are victims of forced labor in the same scam centers remain unaccounted for. His story has also brought attention to the growing danger of travel scams and the use of social media to lure innocent victims. Now, as the global scale of cyber scams continues to rise, governments and international organizations are also taking a more proactive stance. In recent months, joint task forces have been set up with China, Southeast Asian nations, and even the United States coordinating efforts. These alliances aim to target scam centers, curb human trafficking, and stop the vast flow of illicit funds. The United States has also launched a dedicated strike force aimed on countering online fraud and its link to transnational criminal syndicates operating in Southeast Asia. This task force has already made significant arrests and is helping facilitate cross-border intelligence sharing. Meanwhile, South Korea recently repatriated 73 cyber scammers from Cambodia. These scammers were involved in defrauding South Korean citizens of tens of millions of dollars. Sanctions have also been imposed on individuals and entities directly linked to these crimes, and authorities are keen to target those who control or profit from these scam centers. In conclusion, the scam centers that have plagued Southeast Asia represent a broader multi-billion-dollar criminal industry that's now on the radar of governments around the world. As the Ming family's execution and the rescue of Wang Xing demonstrate, the fight against these illicit operations is only intensifying. While these actions are steps forward, the scale of the issue shows there's still a long road ahead. For now, that's all for this episode of Explained. Stay tuned as we bring you more in-depth insights and stories that matter.
In the midst of this, life persists. In the midst of untruth, truth persists.
What we can do as the Interparliamentary Union to strengthen democracy, to promote human rights, to ensure that humanitarian law is respected.
UN Security Council needs a makeover, a comprehensive reform, and India deserves a position there, a role there.
Prime Minister Modi during Operation Sindoor made it amply clear that war has never been India's choice. We are with the side of peace. We are neither neutral nor indifferent. We are with peace.
We would have dealt with the U.S. a whole lot on trade and those kinds of things, and that's not as certain these days. So we have to go back and look at our European partners, our Asian partners.
An opportunity to exchange, to have a dialogue, to have a debate on a different perspective on finding the solution of the conflict.
First thing that is important to have a common ground, and that we do have with humanitarian laws and human rights, but also to say, okay, what does it mean for us as a country to act on these laws and how can we work together?
When we realize that there's something wrong with democracy, the institutions and policies, values come together and we take stock, and it's possible then to improve and chart a new course for democracy.
It's the people's right to self-determination, and if they want to be independent, they should be independent. We will not start a war against Greenland.
In the midst of this, life persists. In the midst of untruth, truth persists.
What we can do as the Interparliamentary Union to strengthen democracy, to promote human rights, to ensure that humanitarian law is respected.
UN Security Council needs a makeover, a comprehensive reform, and India deserves a position there, a role there.
Prime Minister Modi during Operation Sindoor made it amply clear that war has never been India's choice. We are with the side of peace. We are neither neutral nor indifferent. We are with peace.
We would have dealt with the U.S. a whole lot on trade and those kinds of things, and that's not as certain these days. So we have to go back and look at our European partners, our Asian partners.
An opportunity to exchange, to have a dialogue, to have a debate on a different perspective on finding the solution of the conflict.
First thing that is important to have a common ground, and that we do have with humanitarian laws and human rights, but also to say, okay, what does it mean for us as a country to act on these laws and how can we work together?
When we realize that there's something wrong with democracy, the institutions and policies, values come together and we take stock, and it's possible then to improve and chart a new course for democracy.
It's the people's right to self-determination, and if they want to be independent, they should be independent. We will not start a war against Greenland.
In the midst of this, life persists. In the midst of untruth, truth persists.
What we can do as the Interparliamentary Union to strengthen democracy, to promote human rights, to ensure that humanitarian law is respected.
UN Security Council needs a makeover, a comprehensive reform, and India deserves a position there, a role there.
Prime Minister Modi during Operation Sindoor made it amply clear that war has never been India's choice. We are with the side of peace. We are neither neutral nor indifferent. We are with peace.
We would have dealt with the U.S. a whole lot on trade and those kinds of things, and that's not as certain these days. So we have to go back and look at our European partners, our Asian partners.
An opportunity to exchange, to have a dialogue, to have a debate on a different perspective on finding the solution of the conflict.
First thing that is important to have a common ground, and that we do have with humanitarian laws and human rights, but also to say, okay, what does it mean for us as a country to act on these laws and how can we work together?
When we realize that there's something wrong with democracy, the institutions and policies, values come together and we take stock, and it's possible then to improve and chart a new course for democracy.
It's the people's right to self-determination, and if they want to be independent, they should be independent. We will not start a war against Greenland.
In the midst of this, life persists. In the midst of untruth, truth persists.
What we can do as the Interparliamentary Union to strengthen democracy, to promote human rights, to ensure that humanitarian law is respected.
UN Security Council needs a makeover, a comprehensive reform, and India deserves a position there, a role there.
Prime Minister Modi during Operation Sindoor made it amply clear that war has never been India's choice. We are with the side of peace. We are neither neutral nor indifferent. We are with peace.
We would have dealt with US a whole lot on trade and those kinds of things, and that's not as certain these days. So we have to go back and look at our European partners, our Asian partners.
An opportunity to exchange, to have a dialogue, to have a debate on a different perspective on finding the solution of the conflict.
First thing that is important to have a common ground, and that we do have with humanitarian laws and human rights, but also to say, okay, what does it mean for us as a country to act on these laws and how can we work together?
When we realize that there's something wrong with democracy, the institutions and policies, values come together and we take stock, and it's possible then to improve and chart a new course for democracy.
It's the people's right to self-determination, and if they want to be independent, they should be independent. We will not start a war against Greenland.
In the midst of this, life persists. In the midst of untruth, truth persists.
What we can do as the Interparliamentary Union to strengthen democracy, to promote human rights, to ensure that humanitarian law is respected.
UN Security Council needs a makeover, a comprehensive reform, and India deserves a position there, a role there.
Prime Minister Modi during Operation Sindoor made it amply clear that war has never been India's choice. We are with the side of peace. We are neither neutral nor indifferent. We are with peace.
We would have dealt with US a whole lot on trade and those kinds of things, and that's not as certain these days. So we have to go back and look at our European partners, our Asian partners.
An opportunity to exchange, to have a dialogue, to have a debate on a different perspective on finding the solution of the conflict.
First thing that is important to have a common ground, and that we do have with humanitarian laws and human rights, but also to say, okay, what does it mean for us as a country to act on these laws and how can we work together?
When we realize that there's something wrong with democracy, the institutions and policies, values come together and we take stock, and it's possible then to improve and chart a new course for democracy.
It's the people's right to self-determination, and if they want to be independent, they should be independent. We will not start a war against Greenland.
In the midst of this, life persists. In the midst of untruth, truth persists.
What we can do as the Interparliamentary Union to strengthen democracy, to promote human rights, to ensure that humanitarian law is respected.
UN Security Council needs a makeover, a comprehensive reforms, and India deserves a position there, a role there.
Prime Minister Modi during Operation Sindoor made it amply clear that war has never been India's choice. We are with the side of peace. We are neither neutral nor indifferent. We are with peace.
We would have dealt with the U.S. a whole lot on trade and those kinds of things, and that's not as certain these days. So we have to go back and look at our European partners, our Asian partners.
An opportunity to exchange, to have a dialogue, to have a debate on a different perspective on finding the solution of the conflict.
First thing that is important to have a common ground, and that we do have with humanitarian laws and human rights, but also to say, okay, what does it mean for us as a country to act on these laws and how can we work together?
When we realize that there's something wrong with democracy, the institutions and policies, values come together and we take stock, and it's possible then to improve and chart a new course for democracy.
It's the people's right to self-determination, and if they want to be independent, they should be independent. We will not start a war against Greenland.
In the midst of this, life persists. In the midst of untruth, truth persists.
Hello and welcome. I'm Kriti Mehta and you're watching the World Report on NewsX World. Let's take a check of the top headlines this hour. Iran says its armed forces are ready to respond immediately to any US strike. The warning comes as President Trump reiterates military threats and US forces deployed to the region. European Union foreign ministers are expected to list Iran's Revolutionary Guards as a terrorist group. The move follows a deadly crackdown on protests, the European Union's top diplomat says. British Prime Minister Keir Starmer says he raises the Jimmy Lai case and Uyghur rights with President Xi Jinping. He also said talks made progress on trade, travel and resetting of the UK-China relations. China executes 11 people linked to Myanmar-based scam gangs. As per state media reports, Beijing says the move targets key figures in cross-border cybercrime. According to the Kremlin, Russian President Vladimir Putin and Syrian President Ahmed al-Shara held talks in Moscow focusing on expanding trade, economic cooperation and the future of Russian military bases in Syria, while Kremlin spokesman Dmitry Peskov said both leaders have agreed there is broad potential to deepen cooperation. A plane crash in northeast Colombia killed all 15 on board, including a local lawmaker. The aircraft loses contact after departing Cucuta, a short flight to Oshana. According to the UNHCR, the Royal Humanitarian Foundation of Bahrain has signed a $2 million grant to rehabilitate about 470 damaged homes in Syria. This is part of a broader international support that included a $5.37 million Japanese-funded UNHCR program for support to Syria. According to an ECOWAS statement, the bloc has lifted all remaining sanctions on Guinea after the December election of former junta leader Mamadi Doumbouya, who won 86.7% votes and was sworn in earlier this month. Alright, we are on to now the top focus. The European Union has slapped new sanctions on Iran's Interior Minister Iskandar Momeini and Prosecutor General Mohammad Moawahedi Azad over their roles in the brutal crackdown on nationwide protests. The move targets senior officials accused of directing security forces that violently suppressed demonstrations, resulting in widespread deaths and human rights abuses. Matthew Wadham, who's an American journalist and author from Washington, D.C., joins me in this conversation. Matthew, firstly, do take us through the death toll that has, taken place in this governmental crackdown, because there are, of course, different reports saying different figures. Different human rights groups are also coming up with the different figures from different parts of the world, whether US or Iran. What is an estimate that we should think of when we think of the number of people who've died in these government crackdowns in Iran?
I don't have an exact number, but it's in the thousands. It may be. I think it's above 10,000. It may be in the tens of thousands. I don't think the Iranian government is known for its honesty, and I think that outside observers probably have are probably offering a more honest perspective on the atrocities that the Islamic Republic has been committing against its own citizens in recent months. So, I would say probably in the tens of thousands. It's a brutal dictatorship in Tehran, and anybody who opposes it gets murdered.
All right, then what's your view of the European Union sanctions now?
Well, if the European Union is imposing sanctions, it means that they're serious. I think they're serious about wanting to get rid of the totalitarian theocratic regime in Tehran. So they're making their opposition known. For many years, the European Union has just sort of sat idly by and let events happen in Iran and maybe condemned it from time to time, but not actually done anything. Here, they're actually doing something that might have an impact, even though, I question the effectiveness of sanctions. I always have. But, at least the EU is finally doing something.
All right. And what's your assessment of the designating of the IRGC as a terrorist organization? Of course, France has not agreed to that in the European Union as of now, but the bloc is primarily wanting to do that.
Primarily wanting to do what? You mean dismantle the
designate the IRGC as a terrorist organization?
Oh, designating it as a terrorist organization. I couldn't quite make out what you were saying. Sorry. I think that that's a fair organization. The Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps is very similar to the SS terror troops that were present in Nazi Germany. So I think it's a perfectly valid designation, and I think that there will be a time when eventually, when the mullahs fall in Iran, when these people will be brought to justice, when they will be put on trial for crimes against humanity, and they really should be. I think they're going to have eventually some kind of like a Nuremberg trial in Iran to judge these people, and that seems only fitting. The Revolutionary Guard, yeah, they are what you would consider to be terrorists. So this seems right to me.
Matthew, hold on, stay on with us as we now proceed. Viewers, now according to reports, Alexei Likashev, head of Russia's State Nuclear Cooperation, has stated that Russia is prepared to evacuate its staff from Iran's Bushehr nuclear power plant if necessary. He added that Russia is closely monitoring this situation and working with foreign and defense ministries. Bushehr site, Iran's only nuclear plant that's operating, is a key part of Russia's nuclear cooperation with Iran. Russia is also building additional facilities there. Lekashev warned that any attack on the site could lead to a disaster on the scale of Chernobyl. While Iran denies seeking nuclear weapons, Russia demands and stands by Tehran's right to use nuclear energy for peaceful purposes. This is happening as US President Donald Trump has urged Iran to renounce nuclear weapons or face worse consequences. All right, I request Matthew to join us back in the discussion here with his first comments.
Well, if Russia wants to evacuate its employees from Iran, that means Russia thinks that there's going to be trouble in Iran, possibly an American or Israeli attack. So the fact that Russia is pulling its people out means that they think the regime may fall, even though they don't want it to.
All right. Now, given the fact that Russia has long stood by Iran, has been its long-time partner, how do you see, if at all, any change in that relationship with Iran not stopping on its nuclear program?
If Iran's nuclear program is toppled, I don't see why Iran would need assistance from Russia anymore. If the Iranian regime is overthrown, then Iran is not going to be an ally. It's probably not going to be an ally of Russia anymore. It's going to be an ally of the United States, and who knows, maybe even of Israel if they finally come to their senses. So I think that Russia's future in Iran is looking very dim right now, and I think the Russians know this.
How do you see US watching these developments? Because of course the nuclear talks that were taking place last year did not fructify. Now Trump of course has issued a renewed threat to Iran and has in fact said loud and clear that the increased armada, as he said, moving towards Tehran is to have it to come to the negotiating table.
Right. The U.S. this is a show of force by the United States, and it's meant to show the regime in Tehran. It's meant to send a message saying we're watching you and we're considering taking military action against you with a view to overthrowing you. So the U.S. Navy vessels that are steaming towards Iran, if they're not there already, I don't think they're there yet, but they're on their way. That's an expression by the United States that it's not going to put up with the behavior of the mullahs for much longer.
All right, Matthew, thanks then very much for joining me in this conversation. And we move ahead now, viewers. Now, Turkish authorities have reportedly arrested 6 individuals, including an Iranian national, on charges of espionage for Iran. The arrests followed coordinated raids across 5 provinces that took place yesterday. The suspects were detained after a joint investigation conducted by Istanbul prosecutors, anti-terrorism police, and Turkey's intelligence agency. The suspects are now accused of gathering intelligence on military bases and other sensitive locations in Turkey and abroad. They are further alleged to have partaken in reconnaissance near the NATO-run Incirlik air base in southeastern Turkey's Adana province. Additionally, there are also charges of getting involved in the shipment of drones through Turkey for use in third countries and sharing this information with Iranian intelligence. These arrests come amid growing tension as Iran faces widespread unrest and pressure from the US to negotiate a deal to curb its nuclear program. Meanwhile, Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi is set to visit Turkey tomorrow for talks with his Turkish counterpart Hakan Fidan. The discussions will focus on recent developments in Iran, including tension with the US. We now move ahead to news from the United States, where President Donald Trump's border chief, Tom Homan, said that the administration will continue its immigration enforcement mission in Minneapolis following the killing of 2 protesters by federal agents there. Speaking at a news conference, Homan said that Trump wants the situation fixed and vowed the government would not abandon its efforts but would carry them out more carefully.
I was there. I walked through detainee facilities. I walked through the medical.
Homan acknowledged that improvements are needed in how operations are conducted and said any agents who violate standards of conduct will be held accountable. He stressed that enforcement actions would remain targeted and professional. Let's continue playing that statement.
Monday, to regain law and order in the city beloved by many, and work together to remove threats from the community. One thing we did agree on, though, everybody I talked to agreed on, was that community safety is paramount. One thing we all agreed on was U.S. Immigration Customs Enforcement is a legitimate law enforcement agency that has a duty to enforce the laws enacted by Congress and keep this community safe. I do not want to hear that everything's been done here has been perfect. Nothing's ever perfect, and anything can be improved on. And what we've been working on is making this operation safer, more efficient, by the book. The mission is going to improve because of the changes we're making internally. No agency or organization is perfect. President Trump and I, along with others in the administration, have recognized that certain improvements could and should be made. That's exactly what I'm.
All right, request Matthew to join us back in the discussion here. Matthew, how do you see ICE operations changing now after the new guidelines that have come out and after Tom Homan's statements?
Well, this is definitely a retreat. It looks like a cave-in to me by President Trump. He is scaling back ICE operations in one of the worst asylum states in America. Minnesota is not officially an asylum state, but there is no actual legal definition for what that means. But it's a state that tolerates illegal aliens and refuses to cooperate with the federal government in handing them over in law enforcement. So this is definitely a retreat by the Trump administration, although they're characterizing it as, you know, just sort of a minor pullback. They have been affected by the criticism after the 2 American citizens were shot, even though the circumstances of both of those killings are not exactly clear right now, and both were part of an organized, violent resistance against ICE. And I wouldn't say they were good people. Maybe what happened to them they didn't deserve, but I wouldn't say they were good people. But anyway, the jury is out on that, so to speak. And President Trump has been stung by the members of his own party telling him that he's going too far, and he's responded to the pressure and he's backing off. And ICE is not withdrawing from Minnesota, but they're scaling back their operations there, and they're just going to, Tom Homan said, they're just going to go after the worst of the worst violent criminals in Minnesota, instead of just having a more general operation going after targeting illegal aliens who aren't supposed to be in the United States. So this is a retreat. Some could call it a strategic retreat. But President Trump, blinked when confronting an organized, violent leftist resistance to immigration enforcement in the United States, and this is likely only going to encourage more resistance, even though he thinks he's tamping down resistance. That suddenly people are going to support him, who don't support him. That's not going to happen. This is only going to encourage more attacks on federal law enforcement. So.
All right, Matthew, we'll leave it at that. Thanks for your comments here.
Okay.
And now moving ahead, viewers, Chinese Premier Li Qiang has called for a golden era between China and the United Kingdom during a meeting with UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer in Beijing. The two leaders discussed the possibility of restarting stronger relations, with Premier Li expressing his appreciation for Starmer's efforts to strengthen China-UK ties. Starmer acknowledged China's growing influence and stressed the need to be more open and frank in dealing with differences. The visit is significant as it's the first by a British Prime Minister since 2018. Let's listen into some of the key statements.
This means being more open and frank to deal directly with differences, and it also means recognising and respecting modern China in all its vastness and complexity. But everything it's achieved, and as a power whose fortunes directly affect the United States.
很多人期待通过你这次访问，中英能够重启黄金时代。我赞赏首相先生对发展中英关系的重视和付出的努力。中英作为世界重要两极的和两大经济体，应当继续弘扬破冰精神，应当进一步拉紧合作的纽带。这不仅是我们两个国家应对风险、共促发展的理性选择，也是中英两国作为负责任的大国，携手推动解决全球问题的应有的担当。
And now moving ahead, Russia's Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov has expressed doubts about the US and Ukraine security guarantees. Speaking to reporters, Lavrov questioned the viability of these guarantees, saying he didn't know what exactly had been agreed upon. He further stated that if the goal was to maintain the current Ukrainian regime and use it as a platform to threaten Russia, such guarantees would not provide long-term peace. Lavrov also reminded about a draft of security guarantees proposed by Ukraine in April 2022, which Russia supported but claimed former UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson had blocked the agreements. He said these guarantees would have ensured collective security in the region. Lavrov called for a focus on real proposals rather than public declarations that only escalate tension. Let's listen in.
Я, например, слышал, что, по крайней мере, Марко Рубио, вдруг его пригласили в Сенат, он сказал, что вопрос о гарантиях безопасности решен. Мы не знаем, о каких гарантиях они договаривались, но, судя по всему, о гарантиях тому самому режиму украинскому, который проводит русофобскую, неонацистскую политику. И если цель состоит в том, чтобы сохранить режим на какой-то части территории бывшей Украины и продолжать делать этот режим плацдармом для создания угроз против Российской Федерации, то, наверное, вы сами сообразите, что такие гарантии безопасности едва ли могут обеспечить надежность.
And now moving ahead, EasyJet has held discussions with Elon Musk's Starlink about introducing onboard Wi-Fi, but says the economics do not currently make sense for the low-cost airline. CEO Kenton Harvis said talks were ongoing, describing Starlink's product as high quality with fast streaming speeds, but too costly at present. The comments follow a public dispute between Musk and Ryanair CEO Michael O'Leary, who warned that Wi-Fi Atene could increase fuel costs by up to $200 million annually, and said most budget passengers would not pay for the service. Harvest said EasyJet is also in talks with other connectivity providers and is monitoring a rapidly evolving market. The airline plans to keep its options open and will adopt a service only when pricing and value align with its low-cost model. And that's all we have time for. Viewers, keep watching NewsX World for more news updates from around the world.
In the midst of death, life persists. In the midst of untruth, truth persists.
What we can do as the Interparliamentary Union to strengthen democracy, to promote human rights, to ensure that humanitarian law is respected.
UN Security Council needs a makeover, a comprehensive reform, and India deserves a position there, a role there.
Prime Minister Modi during Operation Sindoor made it amply clear that war has never been India's choice. We are with the side of peace. We are neither neutral nor indifferent. We are with peace.
We would have dealt with the U.S. a whole lot on trade and those kinds of things, and that's not as certain these days. So we have to go back and look at our European partners, our Asian partners.
An opportunity to exchange, to have a dialogue, to have a debate on a different perspective on finding the solution of the conflict.
First thing that is important to have a common ground, and that we do have with humanitarian laws and human rights, but also to say, okay, what does it mean for us as a country to act on these laws and how can we work together?
When we realize that there's something wrong with democracy, the institutions and policies, values come together and we take stock, and it's possible then to improve and chart a new course for democracy.
It's the people's right to self-determination. And if they want to be independent, they should be independent. We will not start a war against Greenland.
In the midst of death, life persists. In the midst of untruth, truth persists.
What we can do as the Interparliamentary Union to strengthen democracy, to promote
Hello and welcome back to NewsX World. I'm Kriti Mehta and you're watching Focal Length, where we get you a briefing on topics from across the world. Now, as conflict and polarization intensify across West Asia, India finds itself walking a diplomatic tightrope, from maintaining parallel relationships with Israel, Iran, and the Gulf states to navigating the Israel-Palestine war, BRICS divisions, and the US-led initiatives. India's strategy of strategic autonomy is being tested like never before. To discuss this, we're now joined by Elena Mishkanian, who's a foreign affairs analyst who has conducted extensive research on West Asia and North Africa. Her work focuses on domestic politics and regional dynamics in countries including Egypt, Tunisia, and Libya. Thank you for joining us, Elena Mishkanian. Let's start with the first question. Now, India is maintaining a strong parallel relationship across West Asian countries. It works with rivals like Israel, Iran, and the Gulf states at the same time, while carefully avoiding military entanglements or formal alliances. Is India's strategy of engaging all sides in West Asia a sustainable model of strategic autonomy, or does this refusing to take clear positions risk limiting New Delhi's influence as regional conflicts intensify?
Thank you for your question. First, we need to talk about what is strategic autonomy for India and what it means for your audience to understand it, because this is where we built our model on this particular statement. Strategic autonomy for a state, it means to unilaterally or independently make foreign policy, economic, strategic, and defense decisions without being constrained by foreign pressures or alliances or coercion. And India can make these decisions based on its national interest. So this is the reason that strategic autonomy is working and is sustainable. Therefore, India retains the right to make independent decisions in the United Nations, for example, to agree, disagree, or abstain. And at the same time, for example, maintain multilateral cooperation with many powers at the same time. Also, this autonomy, strategic autonomy is important because India prioritizes civilian protection. Therefore, we can look at how India behaves internationally because of its history, first, and second, because of the geography that geographic location India is. We can see Pakistan and China that they are both nuclear armed powers, and unfortunately there is a history with both countries and the tension that sometimes we experience. And also, in order to prove it for your audience, how we can say, yes, it is sustainable, we need to bring more players into this example, such as the relations between the India and the United Arab Emirates, and the UAE, and the relationship with Saudi Arabia. And on top of that, we can bring Pakistan and the relations with Saudi. And now we need to look at how Saudi Arabia looks at these relations between India and UAE in order to see how Saudi Arabia as a Gulf state feels about it. And Saudi Arabia understands that this relations is only based on economics and trade. And while Pakistan, for example, provides us different cooperation and different protection that India is not interested in provide. So this relations is sustainable because Saudi Arabia and UAE are in understanding that India solely is building credibility and is not a military guarantor, or is not gonna try to influence based on troops on the ground. Therefore, it is sustainable, and this is building credibility for India in the region. And India also creates influence, makes influence through economics, trade, and its credibility.
There is also a defining conflict that has shaped West Asia for decades, the Israel-Palestine issue. India was among the earliest countries to recognize a Palestinian state, yet today Prime Minister Narendra Modi highlights a close strategic relationship with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, whose government remains firmly opposed to Palestinian statehood. Can India credibly sustain its historic support for Palestinian statehood while openly deepening ties with an Israeli leadership that rejects it? Or is the formation of a Palestinian state still even on India's agenda?
We need to look back in the history of India and how the support of Palestinians or the people of Gaza and the Judea and Samaria started. Then you see it started in post-oil pressure in 1975. Actually, it started in 1973 because of Israel and Egypt Yom Kippur War, and then it went on with 1975 when Indira Gandhi supported and looked at PLO, Palestinian Liberation Organization, as an idea of anti-colonial situation that Indira Gandhi wanted to support. Therefore, in 1988, Indira Gandhi gave this statehood right to the people of Gaza or Palestinian. That era, I believe, that is past, and then we saw that 1988, I believe, that Rajiv Gandhi again pursued that idea of supporting the Palestinians. However, under Modi, Prime Minister Modi of India, everything has changed. Prime Minister Modi, he's more into creating economic relations and believe that it distinguishes this support from what it used to be in the 70s and in the 80s. And it tries to protect it and promote it solely through the United Nations, and that's it, because since 2014, the Prime Minister Modi was elected in